Yes, yes, yes. Party people. Big up everyone. Big up everyone. Give me a minute to get everything set up. Send out the link. I got Mr. Pelu. Send the link out real quick. Big up Chris. Big up Vegas. So yeah, tonight we're going to be going through a topic that I think is interesting, and it's been kind of controversial around America. So yeah, the holiday, we have Thanksgiving holiday coming up next Thursday. Big up, Mr. Pelu. Big up.
How you doing, everybody?
Good. How's it going? How's it going?
It's going.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, man, Thanksgiving coming up next week on Thursday, and
And so, did you send
yeah, I sent it to
okay,
him in the
you sent it to
DM.
him? Okay, crispy chat. Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, Vixen? Las Vegas Vixen was she's from I think crispy chat too. They're both from Mr. T. They're both from Mr. T. T Nation.
Oh,
Because you remember,
hey.
you remember, because that's why I was calling you at night because I wanted you to come over to Mrs. T stream because I
Yeah.
was hanging out with Mr. T, but of course if I'm hanging out there before we do a stream, I'm definitely gonna have to plug the stream. So I'll do a little bit of plugging too, but that's my friend. That's really my friends, guys. So everybody sub up to Mr. T. Look up Mr. T, Mistah, Mister, right? But there's a capital M and then space T, capital T, Mr. T. That's my guys.
Yeah.
So some of these people is over here. Shout out T Nation folks that are coming to watch. I really appreciate you. It means a lot to me. Thank y'all.
Oh, big up everyone from that side. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yep,
That's
yep, yep,
great.
yep.
Good, good.
Yeah, he put a good look for me, y'all. And he put a good look for you, cause look, because look, he kept talking good about you. Say, Jen, she's such a nice lady. You come up here all the time. Even though you only came there once, he like you come up there all the time. That one time he must have felt like so much connection that he thought it was more than once, but it's only one time. But the way he just feels so good about you and make it feel like it's more than what it is. So
Big
he
up.
always
That's
talking good
cool,
about you
man.
too. So everybody go subscribe to Miss Wallace. Go subscribe to Miss Wallace. He be plugging you. So yeah, he be plugging you though. He be plugging
Oh,
you, and that's
that's
evidence
up,
of the people over
man.
here right now because that's him plugging you. So yeah, he really rock with you. So yeah, that's a good little crew over there.
Yeah, big up, man. That's awesome. I appreciate you guys.
Okay. Oh,
Cool.
hey, let me make sure. I'm gonna send this to Wolf. Make sure Wolf get it because I want the Wolf to come on to be with us.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
Native American.
yeah.
He's very important to this. Yes, everybody. Yes, again, this is Mr. Pelu. I'm with the lovely host Jen Wallace. And we on the Jen Wallace platform. And we want to talk about this Thanksgiving. It'll be a special talk, but we have a special friend who's part Native American, and I want to make sure he's supposed to come with us and to give his perspective as a part Native American because the one why we decided to do this is because we've figured out that Native Americans. Of course, the holidays that's coming up the way Jen has said, right? But then with the current race situation and the current ways in America, we had this case the other day. We had with everything
Mm,
we're going through, right? What we want to look at the origins of it because it all started with people coming over to America, colonizing it, and
mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Is that me or did he cut out? Uh,
who cut out? Somebody came in.
oh, no, no, you're good. There you go. All right. Pick up unpopular in the house.
Unpopular. Perfect. Perfect.
Big up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Chris, I mean, if you want to share it out, you can. It's like kind of, I don't know if they'd find it like
yeah, yeah,
interesting
yeah.
at all. It's
No,
up
no,
to you,
no.
but
Share it out. If they don't find interesting, they'll leave. But at least let them come and see if they do or not. You know what I'm trying to
yeah, true,
say?
true.
You know what I'm saying? So just share it. Share it to whoever. If they don't like it, they'll leave. They'll leave once they find out it's not their cup of tea. But I mean, give everybody a chance to make it a cup of tea. You know what I'm trying to say? Because
Yeah,
you don't know whose
true.
cup of tea is really gonna be. You know what I'm trying to say? Because if it's a tea,
Yeah, you're right.
he even if he says that he always says, "Oh, our conversation is so fascinating, so fascinating." So you never find even if it's not somebody's cup of tea, they might just still catch on to it and find it fascinating.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying?
okay.
I've heard that before. So let's put it out there, let the people decide. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah, yeah. Put it out then. Put it out
Hey,
whenever
Stanley's
you,
here.
if you
Okay,
have the.
Stanley's here. Stanley's here. Oh my God! Thank God, everybody's here. Stanley here from Fact Chamber. Shout out everybody. Showing us good
Big out,
love.
Stanley. Big out, y'all. Big out.
Yeah.
That's dope. So yeah, man. So we were having a discussion on Thanksgiving in the back, and we thought that it would be, good enough to do an entire kind of thing on. Um, so yeah, so we're here, man. Thanksgiving, the origins, how it started, what they teach us in school, how it became a national holiday, the pictures that they paint, the iconography that is displayed, and should we really be partaking in something as it is, as it's displayed and as it's taught. So yeah, we're gonna get into it. Hopefully learn something on the way.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Yep. We're
yeah,
gonna do that. We're gonna do that.
yep.
Hold on.
So yeah, I'm just finishing up something. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just for the audience, I don't have my laptop today. We're just gonna be working off of mobile, but Unpopular's here. He's gonna help us out, hopefully. So yeah, we're just kind of bear with the technical stuff. You know how we do around here. Wouldn't be a show if we didn't have some technical difficulties.
You know, this is a
It's
labor of love.
tradition. It's
Our show just a labor of
tradition.
love. Yep. Okay, the show just a labor of love.
Yep.
Like we're doing this because we really appreciate having the platform to be able to talk to you and just air out some of the issues facing our lives in a healthy manner. Like we're trying to make a new wave, right? And it started before, and we introduced this
Hmm.
term earlier in an earlier program, but I want to reintroduce the term. A lot of my mission in most of the projects I'm featured producing with Jen, I have a ongoing theme of ethical humanitarian discourse. You understand?
Yes.
So this ongoing theme that I presented,
Jeez.
and I want to be, and as part of my work with Jen is
Yes, and I think it's important to have these kind of conversations to go through and just kind of really get people's perspectives and see how much we can, respect and honor other people's views, and where the common ground is in all of it, because that's really what everything's about. So, Dr. Mason in the house, got the whole team up in here today. Jeez. All right.
hey Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. It seemed like
I
the
cut off for a
last
second.
word I feel like the last word you said got cut off, and then it was
A
just a
long time ago.
pause. So,
I ain't talking for that because I was changing the page. I was going on Discord. I don't know if maybe I was going Discord. The volume came out or something like that. That's maybe because I'm clear now perfectly, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're good now.
You know,
Yep,
nah,
it's
it's
all
only because I
good.
went on Discord real quick. I was trying to share the links and stuff. That's why I think when I went on Discord to
Yeah,
share some of
sometimes
the
when
links.
you tab away from the
Yeah,
StreamYard thing, it gets, yeah, man, I
guess
had
what I
that
did? That's exactly what I did. Yep,
issue.
exactly what I did. I
Yep,
tagged away from it, and that's
yep.
why I probably got like that. Yep. Yeah,
It
because I
just
was trying to
messes
send out the
up.
stream. Everybody here, send out the stream and tag everybody. Put everybody. I don't care. Say at everyone in your Discord. I don't care if you don't like to be binged. This is a good show. If they don't want to hear it, then they can always leave. But we know that we put in quality product out there because and the reason again we know that because we're leading with the statement or ideology or sensibility of of let's engage in ethical humanitarian discourse. That's part of the work we're trying to do. So I was repeating again because it's like we as people again is like at the end of the day we realize that me and Jen in our talks have come to one common understanding that we all face the human condition, right? So
Mhm.
as people face the human condition, is like can we talk to each other at that point? Like that's what I want to get at beyond anything else. Because if people are attached to their opinions and superstitions and their not wanting to learn and their blockages, we have
Mhm.
I mean, life is so hard. We need to take every advantage we can get and overcome every blockage that comes to us. So we need to all work together. We're all in the same boat as part of being humans in the world,
Facts.
right? So let's find the roots of this. So now we're dealing with this controversial issue. Yep. Ben is here. What up, Ben? Ben, send this out to everybody. Okay. So yeah. So how you want to start this, Jen? Unpopular. Unpopular. You want to say anything about the topic?
Um,
Yeah.
I
Give me
mean,
your thought.
I'm just ready to dive in. You know what I'm saying? I'm posted.
Okay.
All
What
right.
are your initial thoughts as an American unpopular about Thanksgiving? How do you celebrate Thanksgiving? So how do you celebrate Thanksgiving? What does Thanksgiving mean to you? Tell us about that unpopular.
Man, Thanksgiving to me is just time that you get to be around family, time that you get to eat a real good healthy meal, you know what I'm saying? Feast out, you know, enjoy your
Mm.
family and whatnot, that's what it's always been for me and my people. Like we do the usual, you know, throw together some turkey, ham, macaroni and cheese, greens, cornbread, stuff like that, and we eat,
Mhm.
we eat, and then we go home. You know what I'm saying?
Go
and
home with the itis. Go home with the, go home and sleep.
and that's I
uh,
feel like that's what it is for a lot of people. So
yeah, yeah. And that's what it used to be to me too for most of my adult life until I started learning about it, right? Um, so the more that I learned about it, the more I really kind of wondered, is this something that I really should be like celebrating, or am I just, I'm conflicted because, old habits die hard, right? So my family's going to expect everyone to be there for dinner. They're going to expect, you know what I'm saying, the same things to happen over and over again. So it's like, how do you, break such a strong tradition? Or should you break it? Or should you just try to, educate people on, different perspectives and let them come up with their own kind of, decision on what they want to do, you know?
yeah,
So,
I think people should definitely get educated on the background of Thanksgiving and whatnot.
mm,
Why not? Like, we shouldn't just be coming together just eating and just, you know what I'm saying? We should be trying to figure out what this means. We shouldn't spend most of our time just living blindly all of our days. We should try to educate ourselves on a lot of these things. Why not?
hmm yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. So, uh, living in Connecticut, right? I live in a place where it's called New England, for anybody across the pond that don't know. And this is where it all happened, like the Mayflower, Plymouth Rock is right there, about an hour from me. I've been there before, seen it, like school field trips, all the colonial part of Massachusetts and Cape Cod and stuff. So this story of Thanksgiving essentially happens in New England. And so what it was is the Wampanoag tribe that lived here, and various aspects of it, which includes like the Mashantuckets and the Narragansetts, I believe. Um, they're all kind of a part of the regional issue. When the colonials came here, they helped them, they helped them set up their colonies, they welcomed them, they, showed them how they did things, they showed them how to, hunt, how to figure a way around, all this stuff. And what happened was, is essentially those same colonials end up, screwing them over, giving them all, smallpox, whether that was intentional or not. But these natives had no resistance to these outer kind of diseases, and over 90% of them ended up dying. And and basically one of like the biggest genocides ever, one of the bloodiest battles on American soil happened in my state, and that was during the King Philip's War. Hold on, I gotta look this up.
I got it right here. If you want me to screen share it, I don't know.
Um, yeah, so just quickly, these Narragansetts that they got, it was the Great Swamp Massacre, basically. Let me pull this thing up so you can screen share. Yeah, whenever you're ready, just hit share screen and then whatever tab you wanna get into.
All right, let me see. I got it right here.
Mom.
3,000 damage, Mom.
Mhm. Did you get it? All right. So anyway, I'll get into it a little bit. So and I didn't even like. Uh,
Oh shit! My my whole my whole computer just froze.
oh no. All right. Well, that's okay. I'll just read down briefly, like from the wiki, right? So the Grape Swamp Fight, or
Okay.
the Grape Swamp Massacre, was a crucial battle fought for during King Philip's War between the colonial militia of New England and the Narragansett tribe in December of 1675. It was fought near the villages of Kingston and West Kingston in the colony of Rhode Island and the Providence plantations. The combined force of the New England militia included 150 Pequots, and they inflicted a huge number of Narragansett casualties, including many hundred women and children. The battle's been described as one of the most brutal and lopsided military encounters in all of New England's history. Since the 1930s, the Narragansett and Wampanoag people commemorate the battle annually in a ceremony initiated by the Narragansett Wampanoag scholar Princess Redwing. So the colonials lost 70 killed, 150 wounded, and the opposition lost 97 warriors. It says 300 to 1,000 non-combatants killed, 300 captured, and one fort destroyed. Um, so basically, it says it was a critical blow to the Narragansett tribe from which they never fully recovered. The spring of 1676 brought at counter-offense by the Canonchit after he organized a confederation of 2,000 braves. Providence was burned, including Roger Williams' house. The Narragansetts were completely defeated when their, I don't know how to say this word, Canonchit was captured and executed. Then the female Sachem Queen Quiapen drowned on July 2nd, attempting to cross a river. So I mean, there's things like this. King Philip's War was just, like a whole offense against the natives that had inhabited this land, and in them being one of the I think biggest victims of colonization that to celebrate this holiday is really to like not consider their plight and not even recognize like
Yeah,
what
but
they
let me ask you
went
this then:
through so we
what
can
is
be
King's
here.
King's Philip War was an original one of the original Pilgrims Wars?
I have to look more into that,
Because
but I
the
think that was
Queen's
the.
hmm?
Oh, go on.
No. What I'm trying to say is that the King's Philip War was that a war that would happen before the things that happened before the Thanksgiving of legend and myth, or after the Thanksgiving of legend and myth?
I'm pretty sure it was after. Let me see.
So when Thanksgiving happened, was if it's before, if the Thanksgiving of myth and legend happened before Philip War, why are you making why would Thanksgiving be fundamentally something that you associate with that with Prince Philip's War if it came before Prince Philip's War?
Because that was the part where they turned on them, right? Like they had a
They
rebellion
turned them
and they turned on
afterward,
that.
after the fact, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
but that's
whole
after the fact,
problem.
though. Wouldn't that be
Yeah,
after
but
the
like,
fact, post fact? I mean, you can't charge somebody for a crime in the future. Like when they did it, you can't say they were going to do something bad in the future. It just. I mean, it's like
all right,
I don't
let's
know.
get to the.
Hmm?
I'm going to let me try to find the story of the first Thanksgiving. Let me see. So it was an alliance. Like when the Europeans first got there, they had an alliance, and then these guys snaked them hard on their alliance and freaking butchered them all. Like that's a piss take. Like I don't
I
know.
mean, but
Like
yeah, but it was did the betrayal happen after the Thanksgiving, the first Thanksgiving feast? It happened after.
yeah, of course you don't get kicked in the ass before. Like the kick in the ass is because it was after. Like
Yeah. So I mean, can we still? And Papa said to add you back to the stream. To add him back to the stream. I
oh
don't know if he's in the backstage. Yeah, add him back to the
oh
stream.
sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm not
No,
paying
it's okay.
attention.
No, it's okay. I
Okay.
mean, it's like calling you. Okay, you back now. Okay, there we go. Perfect.
All right.
All right, is this what you wanted to see? Anything else?
Yeah, other things. I mean, we'll send you things when we get it. But yeah, but this is what we were still talking about this King Kingdom's War, right? We're still talking about this on Papa. This we're still on that topic.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the battle, right? Let me see. It's so small, it's hard for me to say. Which one are you on? The King Philip's War or the Battle at a Swamp?
Um.
Is is two different things? Is it part of King's? Is the Battle of the Swamp part of King Philip's War?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, the Great Swamp Massacre is part
Yeah,
of
part
King
of
Philip's
King
War.
Philip's War. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Mm. All
Because
right,
of
so
yeah.
let's see
Okay.
the reason for the reason for the war. So it was an armed conflict in 1675 to 1678, and the first Thanksgiving was supposed to be what 1620. So this is like a while after, between
Yeah. Yeah.
indigenous habits of New England and New England colonists and their indigenous allies. The war was named for Metacom, the Wampanoag chief who adopted the name Philip because of his friend relations between him and his father, Massasoit, and the Mayflower Pilgrims. The war continued in most of the northern reaches of New England until signing of Treaty of Casco Bay in 1678. So let me see, historical context. Plymouth Colony was established in 1620 with significant early help from local natives, particularly Squanto and the Massasoit. Subsequent colonists found Salem, Boston, and many small towns around Massachusetts Bay between 1628 and 1640. During a time increased English immigration, the colonists progressively expanded throughout the territories of several Algonquin speaking tribes in the region. Prior to King Philip's War, tensions fluctuated between native tribes and the colonists. The Narragansetts fought alongside the English colonists in the Pequot War and participated in the Mystic Massacre, but were horrified afterwards. With the defeat of the Pequots, the Narragansett leader, Miantonoma, gathered groups of Algonquins together in the 1640s in the hope they would face the colonists together. He was captured by the colonists in Connecticut and executed by the Mohegan Sachem Uncas, shattering the indigenous coalition. So the Rhode Island, Plymouth, Massachusetts Bay, Connecticut, New Haven colonies each developed separate relations with the Wampanoags, Nipmucs, Narragansetts, Mohegans, and Pequots and other tribes in New England, which territories historically had differing boundaries. Come on, where's the part of the, like, how the war kicked off? Looks like it was like a bunch of things. So, I mean, anyway, my thing is, right, like these people freaking got screwed over really bad by these colonizers, right? And continue to get screwed over like until this day. And for us to be doing our like little like mascots and Indian things and stuff like that, I just feel like is just taking the piss and just mocking the hell out of them. Really,
I
they
mean,
fought
let me
to
ask you
try
this
to
though.
get, yeah.
Let me ask you this though. Okay, so because I want to hit that first point because that's a good point, right? Now,
Mm.
is there is everything about Native American representation necessarily mockery? Like how else? Who's making? Hey, somebody's washing dishes. Hey, TP,
Oh,
who
sorry.
is
It's just
that?
a, yeah. Sorry, it's my kid. I was trying. I'll mute up here. Sorry.
Yeah. Because all we heard was the music. Anyway, but Jen, you back? No, you're on mute. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so like what I was saying is yeah, as I was saying, Jen was you point about Native Americans and their costumes. Like what other way can we remember Native Americans? Like for example, are Native Americans part of American history now? And all of us kind of sort of own Native Americans, not own Native American, but like own like the historical things about Native Americans. Shouldn't that be part of American heritage? And is there a way to make it not a mockery? Because I'm trying to figure out how is non-Native Americans who live in American society from America really remember the Native culture and have some artifacts from it. Can we have any artifacts of Native culture? I mean, so what should we do? I mean, what? How can we remember Native culture without outside of what you would call mockery?
I mean, personally, I'm not sure, but I think if anything, it would be up to them to tell us. Like, we can't tell them what is and isn't offensive to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's up to them
But why should we
to,
choose
to,
offense? That's also the issue.
huh?
I'm so sorry for interrupting. But what I was saying, what I'm trying to say is that why should we worry about what offense originally? Shouldn't we just do things in good faith? And if it offends, they tell us it offends you because
They've been
it
telling us for years that these teams, they've been telling people for years,
no,
they've been trying to get people
hey,
to stop these mascots and stop these Indian heads. They
hey,
said you could use the feathers.
it's two different ones. It's two no, but it's more than one issue because look, you have some tribes who celebrate Thanksgiving and some tribes who like mascotting. Like for example, the Seminoles have a good relationship with Florida State, right? I know that.
Mm.
I'll go look up the Seminole history of Florida State, but the Seminoles have a history of Florida State. I remember reading about that and watching that in history. They have a relationship with the actual tribe. Some people have a relationship with the actual tribe. Don't get me wrong. I'm one of the people who came from the city where we had to change our name. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Redskins fan myself, a former Redskins
Oh
fan, but now
yeah, that's right.
With the Washington football team now, and I'm a lifelong Washington fan. I'm a lifelong Washingtonian, and I'm a lifelong Washington
Mm.
football club fan. That's my only team I ever liked. That's my number one team. You know what I'm saying? I'm from here, and I live down the street from the stadium. I live right down the street from the stadium, right in Landover, Maryland, where the stadium
So
at.
you guys
Right?
had to change your mascot.
I was they just changed the name, right? They
Oh,
changed the
the
name right now. We're
name.
not a Redskin, but
Okay.
we're still a Native American, but the head is not a thing no more. But we still like Native American themed in a way. But
Okay.
but we don't have
Yeah.
a name right now. We don't have a name because we don't know how to go forward at this more at this point, and we're just the Washington Football Club. We don't know and we having an issue of finding exactly how to rebrand the club. You know what I'm saying? They got to try to
Mm.
rebrand the club. They haven't fully rebranded the club yet.
And the Seminoles, if I'm not mistaken, is a bird, right? Like, isn't there thing like a
Nah,
bird
I don't.
or?
It might be a bird. Is it? Is it? I don't know the history of the word Seminole. You want to look it up?
I think it's the heads that is the offensive part that they find offensive is the heads with the feathers. And this is I wish we had someone here to represent them better than I am doing. But if I'm not mistaken, as far as I've heard, yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
that's what Wolf
heads with the
said.
feathers. Yeah, because they
Not.
used to behead people and
Hey, hey,
do something,
we'll get
slaughter
Wolf.
them.
I sent Wolf a message when he don't worry about it, Jen. When he'll come on, and when he come
Mm.
on, then yeah, he'll break it down. You know what I'm saying? We talk our talk, and then when he come, we just hand the floor over and make him give us an account from his experience. You know what I'm trying to say?
All right,
So,
cool.
yeah. So, okay, so it might be different things. Like I know this. I remember the Seminoles supposedly had a good relationship with the team, and it depends the team. I don't know, cause look, how many teams use Native Americans? You have the Braves. I haven't heard anything from the Braves yet. But see, the
Mhm.
Redskin is the name was just kind of offensive. I see why people say that about the name because you're saying Redskin. It's like it's almost like
Mhm.
you just putting somebody down just to their skin color, and it's all you know about the whole people. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like
Right.
it's I can understand why that one was more culturally insensitive, but like okay, I don't know because the Cleveland Indians look how many teams? Because I know the Atlanta Braves and Cleveland Indians. I don't know if they're still around. Hold on, are they still around? Who still use the Indian?
I think Cleveland had to change, didn't
They
they?
did. Let me
I
see.
I know. I'm trying to. Man. Uh.
Cleve.
Yeah. New name. Look at Guardians. Cleveland Guardians officially launched new name on social media account. And that was 2 days ago.
2 days ago. That's recent as a bug. I
Yeah.
didn't even know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. Cleveland Indians. I didn't even know
Cleveland
that.
Guardians now. Yeah.
Oh, but okay. Is there the Cleveland Guardians? But is there thing still is there imagery still Native American?
No. 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 It's
What is it now? What kind of imagery
let me
to do?
see.
Okay, I'm trying to find out what type of imagery they're doing now.
It's a G with like
Unpopular.
wings on it. Like
Unpopular. Unpopular. If you could Google Cleveland Indians and go to Cleveland Guardians and go to images. Let's see some images of Cleveland Guardians.
it's
Now,
like a G with like wings on it, like one of them Roman gods or something.
so it turned into a Roman.
Like
What?
a Icarus. It looks like Icarus wings to me, like
Yeah,
on the
no,
little
or some
G
Icarus
in the
or
world.
the what's the other guy? Not just Icarus.
Nike.
No, who's the guy who had the boots with the wings on them? I forgot.
Hermes.
Icarus. Oh,
What?
Hermes.
Hermes,
Hermes.
yeah, Hermes. There we go. It's Hermes,
Okay, there
Mercury
you go.
Hermes. Yep, yeah. Hey, yeah, good, unpopular. See if you could Google it. Just Google the image and let's put up the image of the Guardians for everybody, so everybody has some visuals.
All right, let me see.
Yeah, and why you do that? Yeah, you get that picture for everybody. Why you do that? I'm gonna look at the Washington because we have the same colors and everything. You know what I'm saying? We have the same exact colors.
Hmm. So see, so they're making moves, and people are starting to like recognize their, and they're getting their wishes grant in Connecticut, or where that massacre was, that swamp massacre. Literally, again, like this past week or very recently, the state gave them that land back. So gave the land that swamp battle happened on, and they got it assigned back to their reservation. Like,
Okay,
so like they're getting little pieces of land back that means stuff to them. They're getting some of these, but then again, if you notice, like I noticed in the store, there's no more Aunt Jemima products.
Yeah, they
one more
There's
Aunt
no
Jemima.
more. No, there's no more Aunt Jemima syrup. There, no, none of that. It's something so different now. They took the Uncle Ben thing off the rice too. There's no more Uncle Ben.
No more
Um,
Uncle Ben.
no, not the picture anyway. Yeah, they're making a lot of changes in this. Like this iconography that people see all the time. But I have one more braid to finish on my kid, and then I can really get into the stuff I have on my tablet. Um, because I do have some articles about like the view from the Wampanoag, like from their position and stuff, and how they see they use Thanksgiving as a day of mourning, and like
Hey, probably were you able to find a picture?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Jen, can you add my screen share
oh
to the
yeah, yeah,
live?
yeah, yep, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, there
there
we
it
go.
is. See, look at it. Looks like a
Yeah.
little I don't know. That reminds me of like a little Roman thing, or like Icarus, or with the little
Yeah, yeah.
globe and shit.
It's like a Mercury. It's like a Mercury. It's like
Yeah,
Quicksilver, Mercury.
yeah, yeah. There you go.
It's like a Mercury is the Roman name for Hermes.
Yep, yep.
You know, so yeah. So okay, popular. Please get me please Washington Football Club. And then get watch and then, yeah, let's see how it looks now, and let's see how it look. And see, yeah, put Washington Football Club, and it's gonna show you probably images of both of Washington of the Washington Football Club and the Redskins, and we can see the difference. See, it's different now. I mean, it took away the Native American stuff. I would thought they still use Native American imagery, but then they even took off the Native American imagery because that. I mean, because I was so used to the imagery, but even everything is gone. It's just W and the colors. The colors stay the same. The burgundy and gold.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like in this day of like whatever social reform or justice or whatever we're into, like, it's only fair that they get their demands met. You know what I'm saying? Like that the rest of the people here have, especially
Yep,
being
yep.
the founding or the indigenous population. They
Okay.
should have.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Hey. Let me get some comments from the audience because we appreciate you being here. Everybody puts a comment on. If you ask anything, we're gonna respond because I mean we appreciate you spending our time with. We really appreciate you spending your time with us. So Anna said, why didn't the Europeans in 1492 through 1600s focus more on learning advanced knowledge and technology from Native Americans? So he says that a lot, and his thing is that there should have been research and development with each other. You know, and we'll get back to it later. As we go on, and then I'll answer that question slowly from the things we go over, right? About what type of interchange can be done, because I mean, and that's the point too. What level of advancement was everybody on? Like, why was the Europeans able to come and just take over natives? We got to talk about the different technologies and the different things like that, and who made everything better. Okay,
I think
of
it's
course,
more about like intentions, right? They did learn a lot of things from the
yeah,
natives, but that
yeah,
they stole it, and
yeah.
then they
I mean, what's stealing
massacred
though?
them,
What's
and
stealing? What's
then they
stealing?
s- they took the
What's stealing?
knowledge and claimed it as their own. So things
Okay,
like even uh, IV needles, right? We
okay.
learned that from Native Americans who used to
Vaccinate
hollow out.
themselves.
No, they used to hollow out bird bones, and it was
Okay,
small enough to make a needle size, and they
okay.
used to use like a animal's uh I think like lung or something to for the
Okay.
pouch to fill it up, and like sometimes they would have like I don't know what they would put in there, but I heard that the whole IV process came from them.
That's the
Um,
IV process. So they had a lung, I mean, some organ from an animal,
they
hooked it up to
knew
a small bone,
medical.
and they put it intravenously into your bloodstream. What are they putting into people's bloodstreams? They're putting water. They do the proper nutrients and stuff to put in. That IV drip, or it was just saline. Like, it was just saline or
I
something, just
don't
water
know.
and
I
salt.
don't. I
Okay,
have no idea. I didn't get that far, but
okay.
I know
So
that
there was
they used to
information
bleed
exchange.
out. Yeah, of
There was
course,
technology
of
exchange. So
course.
basically, our problem now is that we're not giving enough accreditation to the natives, right? Is that what you're trying to say? That's our problem. We're not giving nearly
Well,
enough, right?
I mean, when you colonize someplace, that's not that's what they do.
No,
They take it
no, yo,
over and claim everything
but
for
what should we do
themselves.
now?
They never, huh?
No,
What should we
but what
do
should we do now?
now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
what's the
just
issue now? Like what's the relevant issue now about this game? We know we colonized, we know this, right? But like,
mhm.
what do we do with that reality? Like, what do we do with that reality of knowing that we live in a colonized place? What do we do with that reality?
Man, I say well, this is not towards that question, but I say that the Euro Americans, they should have formed a partnership with the natives where the natives could have had a set amount of control in the country. So
Mhm.
instead of just genociding them, like they should have had representation in this country. Like
Mhm.
till this day, they should have had representation in the government. It should have been like a partnership, like not
Facts.
100%, but it could have been 50-50. You know what I'm saying? They could have held positions in Congress. They could have held, you know, like I just feel like they went wrong with the whole genocide thing. And I don't know why
Mhm.
like they had to just go and just do that. Like I don't understand why they can't form partnerships. Like it has to do, I think it has a lot to do with like that whole like I'm not trying to take this away from the whole thing about the natives, but it's like it's something where they feel that they fear the tribalism of other races. They
Mhm.
and they fear it because I feel like they feel like these people may not be capable of incorporating themselves into a more modern sense of society. So they they're initially afraid
Yeah,
of them.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why they have to resort to things like colonization because they're initially afraid of the tribal mentality of said people like African Americans or natives. And
Mm.
I don't know. I don't like. I wish we could have like interviewed somebody from back in that time and be like, well, like what was the like? You got to think about these people like running up on a bunch of natives. Like these natives were warriors. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
like they couldn't speak. They couldn't speak that English shit that they was talking. So they was probably like it
They thought they were savages because
Yeah,
they were
yeah.
people who lived off the land. They got massacred because they were polytheist. Some of them wouldn't convert to the colonizers' god. I mean, and then I mean, yeah, we have to look
Yeah.
again, like these, people that come over with this Christian missionary kind of justification that was going around at that time of the world to kind of subjugate people into believing in Christ and into doing things that way. And the church, Rome was the empire that's sending these explorers over here, right? It's all funded by Spain and Rome after they'd kicked out all the Moors. They were rich off of what they got from Spain. So Ferdinand and Isabella started funding these, trips over here. And yeah, man, it's all
But look
in
though, look
the
though. Let me jump in. Let me jump in. The reason I want to jump in is
mm,
like this, right? Okay, you said all this, all that, right? We know all this, all that, right? But it's like, yeah, they should have done this, they should have done that, but there's a lot of gray areas in what y'all saying because you have to understand how much of it was genocide, how much of it was just disease that nobody knew the science behind right now. We're still dealing with pandemics still this day. We're in a pandemic right now. Now imagine those days when we had technology and the infrastructure and the science and the communication we have now. A pandemic that could kill all the natives that could really mess a bunch of people up, and we're taking it for granted. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, we've gone so far. So I mean, we have to get into the whole issue of in colonization. A lot of things you have to understand is like guns, steel, and germs. You know what I'm trying to say? It's not just gun, not just steel. You also got to factor in germs. I'm not saying there was no guns and steel. Of course, that was the advantage Europeans had was guns and steel, right? But if you talk about what killed the natives, I mean, there's a big argument that the number one killer was the germs. Because, and I'm gonna give you another practical example. The Europeans went around the world and colonized the whole world, but why did everybody else die off the way Native Americans died off? They colonized all of Africa, but who's the majority of Africa now? All Negroes all over the place, all over sub-Saharan Africa where the indigenous was. All the indigenous people of Africa are still the native majority of the African continent. Why? Because they already had immunity to European diseases. And as a matter of fact, Europeans had less immunity to African diseases like malaria and stuff. They couldn't even go there and settle there in any significant numbers until the 1860s because that's when they finally had effective medications to treat malaria. So before that, tropical Africa in the interior was basically a white man's graveyard. You know what I'm saying? For the malaria and for the sun and the UV rays, it's not a place for white people to be at because their bodies are not developed to live under those conditions. The way that black Africans' bodies are meant to live under conditions. So to make a long story short, Europeans came and colonized everybody, conquered everybody, but why was the effect so much more devastating in the Americas? And I would have to say, out of the guns, steel, and germs, I'd have to give the most credit to germs because with the places where people didn't die of germs, they're still the majority.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it still doesn't make it right. Like, they didn't have immunity to those kinds of germs. You know what I'm saying? So, like, where the Europeans may be able to get past something like that, like, they're not able to live through, something that you have no build up towards. So it's still messed up, man.
I
Like,
know,
it's
but but
still,
but but but, but, you're, but you're acting as if they knew they were gonna come kill them with diseases.
I mean, I don't think they did much as to trying to save them.
But what could they do? Like, what really could they do about the disease part? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What really could they do?
I don't know. I don't know.
What
I'm
really
not
could they
sure.
do though? That's the thing about it. What really? I mean,
I don't think that these guys had like wholesome intentions. You know what I'm saying?
of
Coming
course
over
not.
here, like,
Of course
yeah.
not.
So
They were
so I don't.
profiteers. They were profiteers.
Right, right. Which I am against. Like, I don't think that any people should have to be,
But
subjugated
everybody
and
profiteers.
colonized just
Everybody
because you're
profiteers.
weak.
Is that we have to adapt and strengthen all humanity so nobody gets exploited. Because we got to strengthen. To me, I think life is about strengthening all humanity and getting everybody right so that nobody gets exploited. Because if you're exploitable, I mean, You might not want it, but in life there was always been the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's nowhere
Mhm.
around the good, the bad, and the ugly if you're dealing with human history. In my humble assessment of what I've gained of whatever I can call wisdom in my life, I would have to say what I've observed in life was the good, bad, and the ugly, and all that's come no
Mhm.
matter how you slice it. Like if you look at the Indian history, I'm sure there's much ugliness. I'm not a super expert, but in my readings of Native American history, and not just from these United States, but the whole Americas, North and South. There's a brutality in their history as well, independent of Europeans. So
Yeah, but
brutality
I mean,
is not a
people.
monopoly. Europeans don't have a monopoly on brutality.
Yeah, no, I don't think that at all, right? Because people say the same thing, like, oh, well, these people were fighting before we got here, right? But I get that, but that's their fight. Like, does that give like us an okay to come in and take over stuff, or, I don't know. Like, it just doesn't seem right that you shouldn't have to interfere in people's the way that they do things. Just let people
I mean, you shouldn't have
run
to,
their
but guess what?
countries.
Everybody has to interact. It's like no matter what, the world is gonna hit you, whether you like it or not. Right now, even to this day, we're still adapting to a global world. No matter how you slice it, the world was gonna get globalized. Humanity would eventually globalize, and everybody has to find a way to prepare for it. That's why I was saying popular in another conversation we had earlier. Remember, I was saying on popular, I said proper preparation prevents poor performance. Is like, what can we learn from this? It's life, but what can we learn from this so we can be properly prepared? I mean, I still think these observances, like for example, we're having this conversation right now because we because of the upcoming Thanksgiving celebration, right? So to make a long story short, what I'm saying is like, why can't we use these things to learn from it? Like, all this is good that we're doing, but but it really happened, and how do we learn from what really happened? You know what I'm saying? Should we have markers that help us learn from what really happened, like the conversation we're having today, and what stimulated originally the observance of Thanksgiving?
Oh, I don't know, but I feel like due to all this colonization that went down, I feel like evolution of mankind played a real big part because I don't really see. I mean, what else is there to colonize? I mean, I don't know if colonization is still going on. I mean, I don't pay that much attention to it, but I know back in those older days, like that seemed like something that was just the immediate protocol to be done. So um through evolution, I feel like
Yep,
we
yep,
we
yep.
I feel like through evolution we've reached this point of humanitarianism to a certain level where we're just like we're not gonna genocide people anymore. We're not just gonna like only time will tell type of aspect, and we've made it through some of the most trying times, and now we're at this point. And I feel like there's a whole evolution that's going on right now, and I don't really know what to call that evolution, but I feel like um not trying to steer away from the natives, but I feel like um that's what Thanksgiving should be about. Thanksgiving should be about, well, that's what it is about. Like when we eat and we feast, or whatever we do, or when the day comes, like we're giving honor to all of those natives that this country belonged to. And we're giving honor to how we move forward in our lives, like even with this discourse that we're having, or with the problems that's going around the world, like due to things like people in leadership positions that are basically taking over tyrannically, so to say. And I feel like the natives, they're the biggest, well, in modern day history, they're one of the biggest examples of something that we can look back upon and say, hey man, like that there was a time where these people had their whole land stolen away from them. So maybe as we move forth into the future, maybe we should evolve more and learn how to be more humanitarian, because I mean, like I said, time has told a story, and we're not as well, people aren't as brutal as they once were. You know what I'm saying? They're not as brutal as they once were. We have a better sense of being civilized, and I feel like we need to continuously move forward with that, and learn
Are you
more and
sure about
educate.
that though? Like, are you sure
Uh,
about that? Like, I mean, did we get more civilized or did the weapons just get better?
ooh,
You know what I'm saying? Because like if you think about how we could call ourselves a civilized society when we have things going on in the world like what's going on in Yemen and what's going on at the American border and what's going on in China and like all these places where these people say they're being genocided. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
there's
The Uyghurs in China, the
yeah, the
Uyghur
Uyghurs,
Turkestan, East
there's
Turkestan,
Rohingyas
Rohingya.
out there getting freaking dying by in mass,
I
but
mean,
it's like
I think the weapons have changed though, but I think societies have changed and the weapons have gotten replaced because things have been brutal the whole time. It's like the weapons have changed, but at the same time, technology has changed. Okay, the weapons is all technology to begin with. So have people evolved that much better? Maybe not. Maybe not. But it's almost like okay. And I told you this before, Jen, in previous conversations.
hmm,
This one thing I say is that up until now, for the most part, humans have been progressing technology. But now we're going to come into a phase where technology is going to progress humans. You know what I'm saying? And now humans have
hmm,
to keep up with technology, and technology is not keeping up with humans. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's
hmm,
it's like our technology is about to transcend us, so we have to have a deeper level of spiritual understanding to elevate into another world because our old understanding is just not going to cut it unless we have some type of deep spiritual understanding that can that can make us think faster than the products of our own hands and our own handicraft. We gotta be so proactive and so enlightened in our thinking now because we're dealing with our we're dealing with our own success as a species in terms of everybody coming out of poverty and I mean I'm not completely yet but you know what I'm saying in terms of like it's a different world out there yeah the tools have changed but guess what those tools have changed us and got us very far you know what I'm saying so there's still brutality but poverty is less in the world. You know, if Anna is here, Anna, in the comments, put the stats about poverty because you know Anna, he loves his stats, right? He gonna tell you about how America had such and such a percentile of the world wealth, but now it's so much smaller. But all that saying is that the society as a human race has moved on, and less and less people are in poverty than before. You know what I'm saying?
hmm.
And so yeah, the technology has changed, the tools have changed. Yeah, the technology has changed, the tools have changed, but you know, I mean, and they've helped us change. So we should be thankful for um human genius and the tools that they've given us. But now it just as a human race, we have to learn to take our consciousness to another level because our technology is beyond us now, and we have to get beyond our we have to learn to get beyond ourselves and able to really harness the world we're living in with the technology we got now.
right. And yeah, man, I feel like we're moving into like a more sense of like a neural network. Like I don't know, like technology is advancing, and you know what I'm saying, we're having to keep up with it because it's becoming so much part of our lives. And education is starting to become, well, self-education, free education is starting to become such a big thing nowadays. And it's just like um I feel like the media has been talking about this. I feel like a lot of people who have dedicated their lives to education, they're kind of ahead of the curve. But you have new people that's entering this whole spectrum, and they're learning new things, and we're forwarding the conversation, and we're learning all these new aspects of the conversation, or well, all these new segues of the conversation. And I feel like in the next 10 years we're gonna be like where we're gonna be is just gonna be a whole new, like, playing field. Like, and like we're starting to witness that just with everything that we're going through, um like the proxy wars that's popping off, the silver unrest that's popping off, like everything. And I feel like I don't know if we're gonna be able like to like when we talk about Thanksgiving, like what it's been for so long, like it's something that's implemented in our society, but now it's like people can have conversations about these things. I'm pretty sure there's so many people in the country that probably don't even celebrate Thanksgiving anymore, like, to be completely honest with you, because people are practicing, more healthy ways of living and whatnot. And it's just like everything is changing right before our eyes. But and I feel like the government, not the government, but I feel like the people as we know it, they don't know how to accept everything that's changing because it's happening so rapidly. And the opinions of the people, um they're becoming to be more noticed. So it's just like when we think about these institutions of like Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever you want to call it, like it's Halloween, like it's to the point where it's just like a lot of these these institutionalized like holidays or whatever, like, I mean, people are gonna still celebrate them, but I feel like people are getting these different ideas about them as we move forward into the future. And it's like maybe our country is changing. Like, I don't know if it's for the better or for the worse, but maybe it's just changing. Like, people are just, they're free to have their own thoughts. They're free to think what they want to think. And if we appeal more to that in a positive light, that could be deemed beneficial to society for certain people. But it's just like I don't know, it could be negative too, because I mean,
Okay.
people may not want to just easily give up something that they've been trusting in for so long. Like we're moving into the future, and I feel like generational wise, you know like some of us, we don't even realize, like where it's heading. Like, it's like we're moving at a
Hey,
slow pace, but at the same time it's changing right before our eyes.
hey, okay, unpopular. Let me piggyback on everything you said. Okay, of all this, and all these things you've seen, and the big trajectory that you're seeing in the world, wouldn't it behoove us to keep important certain traditions to make us know where we come from, maybe, and to make us learn what we need to learn? Because isn't culture about learning, and don't we need culture now more than ever? And especially national culture, things that bind us and things that make us understand the past, both good, bad, and the ugly, in a healthy way. And can Thanksgiving be part of a healthy adaptation to helping human culture embrace the new future ahead of them, when we will be so more interconnected than always? So shouldn't this you use this interconnection to spread our various cultures and and share the beauty of our humanity to the rest of humanity in one beautiful fellowship for everyone, and with certain traditions like Thanksgiving, where we give thanks for our country and also give humble penitence for the mistakes of our country. Isn't that a valuable tool in that box of policy and nationality, that we reserve this holiday as a national tradition?
Yes, I would agree with that, and I feel like that's what we're doing. Like, we're seeing it, like and then when you talk about bringing this energy to a more global level, I think that's what's key. Like, because I feel like as Americans, I mean, I feel like even though we have these certain things that's popping off in America that are real bad, like, I feel like Americans get it. Like, understand what our problems are. Like, we understand, and like America is at a point of understanding. Like, we understand, yeah, understanding. So we know where we're at right now in America. Like, we know the good, the bad, and the ugly. We know what's popping off. We know what's going on, but it's all about how we articulate it and how we bring it to the conversation. But like far as like a global sense, like I feel like that's what's really important, because I mean, like, I feel like America, a lot of people look at America like we're just this country that just loves to go into other places and take over and set up shop and do things against other countries' wills. But I don't
Yeah, and then
necessarily.
make national holidays about it and celebrate it every year. That's exactly what we like to do.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like we need to start being more diplomatic to
Okay,
these.
but okay. What? Okay, stop. What's one of the holidays? Okay, what's the holiday that we took somebody's land and we went to another place? Okay, okay. You have America, right? The foundational one, right? But like yes, of course, it was born with the foundational problems of the native issue and the black issue, right? Right. But
Hmm.
but after that, what holiday are we celebrating after that? That's about taking anything from anybody else.
Oh
Is that
man.
you, Wolf?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about y'all's thing.
Now you can't forget it.
Okay,
You featured. You're a special guest. You are a special guest. Or Native
Yeah,
American.
I got done with Charles and I ran out, and then I was like, "Wait, what time is it?" I thought you meant 9 o'clock, but then I rechecked what you said it was 8, so I thought I had another
Okay then.
hour.
Okay, now it's cool. It's cool. You came right in time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, we still. I mean, it's good. I'm so happy that you came out because you're special. You're special, and it's a special
Yeah, if you
topic.
wouldn't have called me, I probably would have forgot, low key. So
Yep. So this is our friend Wolf 95. He's a good friend of ours,
yeah,
and why I say he's a special guest today because he's one of the few. I mean, unfortunately, in America, we don't have that many Native Americans. I mean, we got them in certain places, but I personally don't see him. In my world, I don't know if I've ever seen 10 whole Native Americans my whole life. And with that being said, we have my friend Wolf. He's here. He's part Native American, part black, part white. So he represents all the foundations of America in the argument that we're talking about today, right? He represents all of it. So, but more especially represents Native Americans because he's already Native American hair. So Wolf, uh, uh,
yeah.
um, here, I'm just gonna jump out of bed with you. What is your thoughts about Thanksgiving?
Well, that's the part. That's the interesting part because every tribe you're gonna get a different answer from. So I'm just gonna give you my experience because I don't know what the Blackfoots think. I don't know what the Sioux think or the Pueblos or any of them. I only know what the Cherokee think. Their ideology of it is this: they don't have a problem with it. What they have a problem with, see, there were settlers that came shortly before Columbus. Those were the settlers that they got along with. It wasn't until Columbus came that it became a big problem.
Hey Wolf, hey Wolf, hey Wolf, hey Wolf. I have to
Yeah,
stop you because now we're going into a place where I want to go because who were these first settlers? Were these Africans? Because a lot of people will always talk about the cave before Columbus, right? That's the big treatise
yeah.
by Tertima, right? And a lot of people say that there's Africans, whether West Africans, North Africans, who had already come here and made contact. That's why you have even groups like the Motor Science Temple talking about ancient Morocco was there first and all this stuff. So,
Hmm.
what do you know from your background and what you've been told, or however, being a resident Native American about it? Because you're the one who mentioned the settlers before Columbus that they got along with. Who were these
Yeah.
settlers who they got along with? Please explain this to us.
Based off what I know, because it's hard for me because the books that I read it from, they're in the original Cherokee language. And unless you know how to read it, it's very hard to understand because it's not English. Like these books go back hundreds and hundreds of years, and only a few people still know the full tribal language. So, based off what I know, what I've been told, and what I've read, it was before Columbus. It was between 1460 and 1480. About 10 years before
Yeah.
him, it was the ideology I've heard is that it was either people from the northern tip of Africa, which is what you were talking about, the people that came, because as you know, Columbus came from Spain, not the northern tip of Africa. That is what I was told, is that it was the northern tip, that place that I had told you about. I can't remember the name of it. It's where the slave
Tangiers?
trade occurred with the natives.
Tangiers?
Yes,
Okay, so you're saying Moroccans had come here before the Spaniards had.
correct. That's what is believed to have been told. And the reason for that is because going through their text and a bunch of other stuff, there has been information that people didn't even know about until like the past maybe 100 years. Because again, there's so much stuff that was destroyed when they were taken out and stuff, that some of the history is lost forever, will never be recovered. So they're trying to piece the pieces together off what they have to get the best story that they have. And they believe it was the Moroccans from Northern Africa, because the Moroccans brought stuff that Columbus didn't. They were peaceful. That whole image where you see the pilgrims handing the bread, that was the Moroccans. The Columbus was the one that came here sizing the Native Americans up because he wanted what they had. Does
That's
it make
interesting.
sense?
That's interesting. I mean, that's interesting because a lot of people
So
have been talking. Okay, 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 Jen.
so the way I thought it was that at first Columbus had brought people here and then went back, and then he made
Yes.
like a second trip, and the second trip was like the first trip he brought natives back with him
Hmm.
because he didn't find anything else. Like his trip
Correct.
would have been a failure. So like he was supposed to be finding this, India with all these spices and gold and all this stuff from, beyond or wherever, right? So
Hmm.
um he was going to come back empty handed. So he's like,
Correct.
nah, let me grab a couple of these people up and I'll push them off like slaves. Like, oh, they got
Hmm.
all these people over there that we could subjugate easy and real quick. And we could just slave them up like real quick. And
Yeah,
then when
correct.
he came back, like he came back on smoke and slaving. Like that was his mission from there.
Well, and see, you also had people back in Spain who wanted Native American artifacts. That's why a lot of people started collecting arrowheads, that people started collecting those feather headdresses and stuff. Those were
Mm.
considered artifacts by
And
the Spanish.
wampums. Yeah,
Yes,
and wampums.
correct.
Yeah.
And they wanted the women because that's normally what, I'm not trying to be racist here, but that's normally what a lot of white colonizers have done, is they've killed the males and took the women.
Hey, doesn't but hey,
Mm.
to be fair, that's been done around the world by everybody. If
It
you go to
has
many
though. I'm not
places
I'm
like
not
go to the
singling them out
Turkish,
solely, but I'm talking
no,
about in this
every way
scenario.
to do that because that's how they pay the soldiers. Because
Yeah.
it's called war booty. That happened all
Yeah.
over the world. The Native Americans are
Yeah.
doing that too. I don't tell me
I'm
Native
talking
Americans
about
don't do
this
that.
scenario solely, not
I
just
know, but you can't say. But the way you said it though, you're like, oh, these are what white people
yeah,
have done.
I should have worded that better. I feel you. I should have
Yeah,
worded that
yeah,
better.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That happens all the
It
time. That
wasn't just
happens all
white
the time.
people.
Well,
I'm not trying to throw that out there so nobody, come in my neck. I'm not saying just white people,
No,
just
it's just some people kill
no.
the women, some people don't kill the
Yeah.
women, and the women
And that's
are always
basically what
on
and that
happened, is
happens,
the
what
but that
Jen
losing
happens
said.
side of
everywhere
the
though.
war.
That happens
Yeah, no,
everywhere because people want the
I
war booty.
understand.
It's a fact of life. People will
Yeah.
fought war to get that war booty.
But
Some guys
to
had
get
a
to Jen's
terrible life,
point
and the only
about
way they were getting
them
some
bringing
war
the
booty
women back.
was going on war trips. It's been like that since the beginning of time. People went on war
Yeah,
trips to get war booty, and we had
correct.
to be fair
And
about human history. We
to
talking
pick
about
up
his
on
issues.
Jen's point, yeah, Jen is right about that. Because Columbus, when they first came here, they didn't know exactly what. They kind of were trying to do what people do. They come here, they pretended to come in peace, but once they had the natives' trust, that's when they struck. They basically tried to pretend to be nice because they were playing off the Moroccos. Because from what I've understood, he kind of had a little bit of knowledge about them based off the Morocco visit from between 1460 and 1480. Now, if that is to hold to be true, then he kind of knew what was going on here, and that's when he showed up and basically did what he did. He saw that they had no real weapons, no guns, basically just, bow and arrows, basically people just living off the land. And he attacked. He basically gave them an ultimatum, and he took the women, he took the children, um, and the men were enslaved on the ships and brought back along with the women. The men were sold. The women were raped by the people on the ship, his shipmates, and all that. And it just continued from there. And as the settlization kept continuing, fast forwarding into Jamestown and so on more, it just became worse and worse for the natives here because people then found out about the gold, the other resources they had. Because a lot of people don't know this, but they learned how to till the land from the Native Americans. The Native Americans were tilling this land long before anybody else. They understood exactly how to do it perfectly for crop
Mhm.
growth,
Mhm.
and they basically extorted them and took it from them. So there's a lot of stuff. I'm still learning myself, but
They taught
basically,
them how to use all the plants, like to build
mhm,
like houses and stuff, like all the corn stalks. They did so much stuff with corns, like they used every part of it. Like they used the
yeah,
plants, they used the dried stalks to weave stuff, to make baskets. To they
yeah,
showed them natives how to do stuff um like how to use like all the parts of things like bears and whales. They taught them how to catch whales. They taught them how to
yeah,
do things like get clams and stuff like
hmm,
that, and all kinds of stuff, man. Like they taught
correct.
them all that stuff and they screwed them over.
Yeah, and the natives as
Okay,
well.
they
Like,
taught them stuff, but how much stuff did the Europeans come teach the natives too? Like,
well, that's the
what, what,
problem. Is like,
what's the exchange? You can't just say, okay. I mean, I'm not saying you can't just say, but what I'm saying is that if we're gonna talk about what the settlers came and learned from natives. Of course, they're gonna learn how to survive in this land from the natives because they're used to it. I mean, I would too if I was a settler. I would definitely do that, right? But like, so they did that, right? It happens. That's colonialism. It's a rough thing, but it's like, yes, they were they found somebody to exploit, right? They look at you as exploiting, right? But it's like it's like, yeah, but can we define it as something that as humans that was going to happen? Because like for example, can we say the same thing about native tribes who were imperialistic, even in smaller levels? Like you have large empires, even in Native America. Not so much. I don't know too many in North America, but you had the Aztecs in Mexico who colonized
yeah,
other people. They had slave tribes and other stuff like that. You had the
yeah,
Incas who had a large empire in South America. So
yeah.
I mean, so to be fair, can we say I mean, can we not? Can we just? Can we? I mean, is it understandable to think that yes, the Europeans did more, but they did more because they were able to do more, and if other people able to do more, would they have taken those same opportunities to exploit? Can we honestly say that only Europeans would have been that exploitive?
No, everybody would. If they had the power and the means back then, they would have. Of course. I mean, anybody with a brain cell knows that.
No, I'm just making sure because a lot of people. I hear what you're saying, but a lot of people try to make it seem a different way. And I agree with what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? I just want to
Yeah,
be clear on the show for because
yeah,
we're trying to make an educational show. I want to be clear on
and
the show
that's
that I just want everybody to know that we're approaching this show as we're trying to be fair and balanced about everything, and
yeah,
even if it's controversial. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, 100%. And that's the biggest point is, when you make it that way, I'm more willing to accept that argument about people that say, well, it's native land, but all they were doing was conquering each other anyways. When you put it that way, it's more acceptable to me because you understand that they weren't just killing each other and just saying, brushing them away like, oh, well, the land was open for the taking. You make it like the way you word it is a lot better. What I hear a lot from people that Native Americans particularly don't like is everybody's trying to say that they have rights to this land. Well, technically, they don't. The natives have been here a very, very long time, and they're the ones that basically this land belonged to them. It was taken, it was built, America became what it is, but the Native Americans probably got the worst deal out of everybody. And then I would put African Americans definitely right there with them in that same boat
No, I
because
totally agree. I totally agree because they homesteaded the land first. They were on the land first. They homesteaded the land first, and an entire alien civilization came in and took away the entire jurisdiction. That's a fact. Yeah, I get it.
yeah,
Right? You know
yeah,
what I'm saying? I get it. An
and that's
entire foreign
that's
empire
that's
came
why we're so
and
yeah,
removed the jurisdiction. Yeah.
that's why we're so similar because I want to keep it on this topic, but just to give you guys viewing an ideology, Africans were taken from Africa and sold here. The reason we relate in a lot of ways is because yes, we didn't get sold specifically to Africa, which a lot of people may not know. Natives were enslaved and sold around the world too. Don't get it twisted. They were.
Mhm.
So we have some ideologies that are similar, like African Americans have been oppressed for a long time. Native Americans today, they've basically been forgotten by a lot of people. Like it's almost like they don't even matter anymore. And that's the biggest thing I hear from them is they feel like, this was their homeland. They want peace, but it just seems like nobody cares about their well-being anymore.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, we don't care about them because we don't see them. Unfortunately, like even me, I admit I've only seen like 10 Native Americans in my whole life. It's like a
Yeah.
lot of people just don't see it, like out of sight, out of
Well, and
mind. You know what
see,
I'm trying to say?
that's the great point you make, Pelu, I'm glad you brought this up before. The reason a lot of people don't see them is because they live similar to the Amish. They live away from society. They have their own reservations, their own government in a way, and their own beliefs. They don't really associate with society that much because they are considered traitors and outsiders if they do, depending on which tribe you come from.
And I don't think that's a good mentality to keep. You know why? Because I think they can still live that way. But look, I think the Amish have done a good job of showing people their life to a certain extent to make people understand that yeah, we're different, but we're just people. You know what I'm saying? Because I've always like, for example, where I live at, they got Amish markets, right? The Amish a couple days a week, like 4 days a week, they come down to the urban city area, right? They come down to
Right,
PG County. They got them in Upper Marlboro and also in Laurel. That's like right in the immediate urban metropolitan county because they come down to the city. That's the immediate DC metro area, right? They come down to the
hmm
city from mostly from Pennsylvania. Because Dutch country
right,
not that far from us really. The main Pennsylvania Dutch country is right in Pennsylvania, right north of Maryland, right? And then
hmm
also we got some in Maryland too, all the way deep into South Maryland. We got a little bit of Amish in like St. Mary's County, right? So we got Amish in our state, and then of course we're directly south of the main Amish population, which is in Pennsylvania. And I know there's also a lot in Ohio, but I think the main one's Pennsylvania, right? That's Dutch
yeah,
country, right? So it's like, but we always had a good view of them for the simple fact that they kind of, even though they still had their private life, they gave the world enough exposure to them where people to kind of understand them. You know what I'm saying? And I think
yeah,
Indians do the same thing too. Make people understand them so they don't be out of sight, out of mind, so they be part of the everyday fabric of American life. Because the Amish are everyday part of American fabric of American life. I don't know about everywhere, but if you live close enough to them, they're definitely part of your life. And I don't even live right next to them, but I live close enough where I experienced the Amish culture. You know what I'm saying? Just
yeah,
even from the markets and them us knowing they're around and you could even go even now on YouTube. A lot of people go visit Amish. You can actually go talk to them and visit them. I mean, I think the natives should be a little bit more like that because they kind of got to be open. And I know they got to show that and stick the colonization, but then again, we're all human beings and we're all here to know each other. Like I believe personally that we were made into different tribes and nations so we can know each other, and we're supposed to know them since they're part of us over here in America, and we're supposed to know them more than anybody because they're the original. So they should make themselves known in this continent and in this nation.
yeah. No, I agree with that. But see, that's that problem. That's that tribalistic mindset. It's going to be hard for you to convince the chiefs of the tribe because they call the shots. The casinos that they do have, the money is distributed by the chief. He decides who gets how much money. They have their rules, then they have their reservation police. People can come on there and buy stuff, but everybody kind of knows that's a tourist. Like you're not going to be seen in the same light as a full-blooded person as part of that tribe. And they only tolerate people coming there, and from what I know is based off potential revenues that they can make. Like they would never want y'all living there
No, I'm not
because
saying
y'all are
even
considered
living there,
outsiders.
living in reservations. But can they like can they change their interaction so we can see them? Or only I'm saying that because it's just for humanity's sake, so we know them, so they won't be out. I'm not
That's
saying nobody
that's
should
gonna
go
be
live in
tough.
there. I'm not saying nobody should go live in a reservation. I ain't saying that. Let them have. Of course, they deserve the reservations. They deserve that, right? I'm saying they deserve the reservations. But like the Amish, they come out of their communities and interact with other people. They
Yeah.
have their communities, but they come out and interact. Like if there was more
See, that's
interaction,
that's a
would
tough
there be more
that's the tough
awareness?
part. Like
Because
that's a
how
tough
can we?
part.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just,
Let's not forget.
you have like their ideologies, like they're very spiritual people. Like, they follow their belief system. They remain one with nature. That's kind of how they see things. And they have rituals and stuff, around fires. And they have certain traits that y'all ain't supposed to know about. Like it's stuff that goes back hundreds of years that they really don't want exposed to the public. It's not like, crazy stuff like what you saw with the Aztec and Mayans, but there's spiritual stuff that they get into, and just certain rituals that they don't want the public to know about more than anything is what it
That's
comes down
fair
to.
enough. No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
But they do need to interact
can they
more.
still keep it a secret? Like, can they develop a culture? Like, for example, can they have it like, okay, we have the secret society of Native Americans, right? Almost like how you have a Freemasonic lodge, right? Can they evolve the culture into like some type of secret society? So I don't mean the whole culture, just the secret part, so they can still preserve the secret parts away from everybody else, but still be able to interact. If they just have like, if they develop the culture where they have, okay, it's something to keep it ourselves, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to interact with the world. Can they evolve it like that for the modern times where they can be like, you know what, we have our own thing going on, but we still interact with everybody the same way you might have Jews or some other tribe or other tribe. You know what I'm trying to say? They have their own thing going on, but still interact with the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
I
hear you,
think
and
this is part
that's a
of
problem.
like the anti kind of colonial mindset, which people I've heard a lot of people talk about refusing the Western, ways of life and
Yeah,
sticking to their culture and preserving their culture and not allowing, foreign invaders to change up their culture and things like
like
that. And I mean, once you
yeah,
start, exposing kids to all this stuff, then, you lose your culture generation by generation.
yeah, and that's one of their main concerns. Like, see, Pelu, I'm not full blooded, so the chief does not see me the same way he sees them. Like, they tolerate me because I can prove that I am part of that, but I'm not seen in the same light. Almost like it's not that I have less rights for say in their community, but I'm not gonna ever be seen fully as equal to them. Obviously, they're not all that way, but it's that tribalistic mindset that just goes back hundreds of years. Like they don't like anybody that doesn't look like them. Like they tolerate people. They don't have no problems with anybody that's here. It's just once you try to mix cultures with them, they see it as diluting their bloodlines. And their
Mm.
fear is their heritage will be destroyed over time if they come out of their reservations too far. Because if you look around, like reservations, they're not getting bigger. They're kind of stagnating and staying where they are. And alcoholism is a big problem because they feel like they have no future and no hope.
But that's
Mm.
the reason why they have no future, no hope, because they're not adapting to the future. Maybe. I mean, do the culture have to? I mean, what I'm trying to say is that should they? I mean, as a culture, should they not ask themselves the tough questions? How do we adapt to the future? Because if we don't, our kids will have no future, and then we keep having these social problems. Can they develop an adaptive conservatism?
I mean, they could, but see, that's one of the big problems. They are always gonna, and I kind of don't like that they use this as leverage, but they're always gonna believe that. Like, why are you telling me what to do? This was my land before yours.
But I'm telling you, as a human being, that the humanity is going in a certain direction.
Yeah. Now you make points. That's the points I try to make. But the only way I believe it's ever going to change is if they come to an agreement to let the past go because they still hold on to that quite a bit. They still have serious problems with this white colonization that has occurred because they see it as, they've been backed into these reservations and put in a bad situation because of just complete victimization that's occurred to them for hundreds of years. They kind of don't feel like they even have a chance anymore because almost everything was taken from them.
Yeah, so they don't have a chance. But so what are they going to do? They're going to give up, and they're going to give up because of vanity, or they're going to adapt? Are they going to? Is the vanity going to take a hold? Or are they going to say, "Look at me, what was me? I'm a Native American. I want." I want to stick to my culture without taking into account any human adaptation. Yet I want to face the consequences of not adapting and not possibly extinct. Is like, what's the better choice? Why don't you adapt and keep your culture, but be creative, or just see yourself destroy yourself? Why would you just destroy yourself because you want to make things a certain way that's no longer is obsolete. Why can't you evolve your culture? I'm not saying that I should tell them, but I'm saying as a human being, are these things that we all should consider? Like in the same way I'm saying this about natives, everybody I think should make these same reflections as a culture says. What about my culture is helping me move forward in life? And if it's something that's not helping me move forward in life for the sake of me and my kids, can I let it go?
That's gonna be a
Right,
tough.
right,
That's gonna be a tough call.
right. And if you, what I can imagine is these native people looking at this European culture and being like, no, I don't want to adapt to that. Look at what these people are doing to themselves. Look at how they treat each other. Look at how they treat the earth. Look at how they treat the land that they're one with. They're one with this land. Like they think of this, like they honor this land. They respect the land. And what do we come in? We come in and destroy it. We industrialize it. We tell them what to do with it. Like, literally polluting it, everything like that. You think they want to adapt to that? I wouldn't want to adapt to
I
nothing
mean,
like
but
Yeah.
that.
they, but
'Cause
there are, but now, I'm gonna make some comments. I want Wolf to respond. I mean, you tell me about the depression, the not seeing the future, the alcoholism, the whatever. Not, I mean, no matter what way they have it, you either, for lack of a better word, even though I don't like to use foul language, you either damned or what's the thing
you
you
damned if you do and you damned if you don't.
yeah, you damned if you do. Like right now, they're damned if they do, they damned if they don't. Why don't they just move forward? Because no matter what they do, if you already damned if you do, then you damn if you don't. I mean, just take the lesser two options and just live. Why don't you just? I mean, if you damn if you do, damn if you don't. Why don't you say, you know what? I'm just gonna live. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna live. I mean, yes, I know I'm gonna have to change a little bit, but I'm just gonna let life live. You
Well,
know what I'm
and think
saying?
about
I'm
it
not,
this
I'm
way
not,
too,
I'm not gonna
Pelu.
be in alcoholism. I'm
Yeah.
gonna live like all of it. Like I don't like the way the world is, right? But guess what? I'm not saying I'm just not gonna live. Hey, I'm gonna live in the world. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't mean I like everything what the world says, but I'm gonna live in the world. Like, can they live in the world and keep their culture? I mean, a lot of people have found ways to live in the world and keep their culture. It's hard, but can they ask themselves a hard question? Let's do this for the sake of our kids. Let's just live. Can we choose life? Is life worth living that even the uncomfortable things will live with it, good, bad, and the ugly?
I mean that's a good question, but let me give you this analogy. Kind of paint this picture in your head. You have to understand these people were ran back, 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 back. Like as the settlers kept coming in and pushing them, they kept having to retreat farther and farther west. And what they see these reservations are is their sanctuaries because they are in control of them. And I think it's a mentality thing to where if they come off that, they almost feel like it's almost like that mentality of like, are we going to be treated the same as everybody else? And if somebody comes at us, is somebody going to speak up for us? I kind of feel like it's something like that too. Like this has been hundreds of years of this mentality of like we need to stay away from people because we know what happened. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I feel you, but guess what? I mean, I feel you. They want to stay with people, but like, do we really have the luxury at this point?
And see, you also got to think about this. Like if their reservations are peaceful, like not fully, you do have crime and stuff, but you also got to think about it like this. If you live in a good area, which they, want to be at peace with each other, the current state of the country, not even just the politics, just how people are, would you want to come off of a sanctuary to be a part of society?
I think it should come off perm. I think they should still have the sanctuaries, but I think they should be able to live and develop a more prosperous life and use this. What I'm trying to say is that I don't think they're using sanctuary correctly. Then in other words, they're not using the space to have to the maximum. Because what I'm gonna say, they have a sanctuary in the most powerful country in the world. Why do they use that to develop themselves and not have? Because you say they're peaceful, but how peaceful is with all the drunkenness and everything else? I like okay, the few Native Americans
Yeah.
I know, right? I've met. They said they
Hmm.
hated to live in a reservation, and the reason they are because their families wanted to get them off because the families didn't want them just being
Yeah.
drug addicts, and they told me
Do you
that
know
themselves.
which tribe were they from? Do you know?
They're out west people. They're people from out west.
Okay.
Like out
That
west,
is
like
true.
Utah.
That's
Like
what I'm
one guy was
saying.
from Utah. One guy was from
Yeah.
Utah, straight up Native American. He grew up in the Native in the reservation. The other girl, she was out west too. She from out west. She live here now, in Virginia, but she live in Roslyn. And when I was working in Roslyn, she lived in Roslyn in
Yeah.
Arlington County, right across the street, right? And and and
Yeah.
and, and she from out west too, and she came over here. I mean, that's the only one I talked to about the reservation issue, right? And I talked to some other people, Native
Hmm.
American. But I didn't bring up the reservation issue, but that's the only people I talked to, and they told me the same thing. They wanted to get out because it's all the issues there. So I'm trying to say is that yeah, I mean, sometimes life is give and take. I mean, I don't see why they have to give the reservations to have a modern life. I mean, I don't see why you can't have a multifaceted culture. You know what I'm saying? You could be American and Native at the same time and do both. And I think having the own reservations actually helps. But I mean, I don't know. And the only reason I brought this up because of awareness, because because the issue was awareness originally. And don't get me
Hmm.
wrong, if they want to be there, they could be there, but at the same time, they can't complain about other people not being aware of them if they don't come
Right.
out into the public. You know what I'm saying?
That's yeah, you're 100% right. And that's, what it is. Like I think it's the new generation that's going to make the shift. Like the ones that's in their 40s and 50s already, that indoctrination mindset has already been placed. Like I could never see my aunt leaving because that's all she knows. And she lives in peace. She has no problems with nobody. But you are correct. Some people, some reservations, it just depends which ones. Some are better than others. Some are really bad, but other ones are much nicer. It just depends. But the one in Charlotte is not too bad. It's not the best, but it's much better than some of the other ones. And I think some of those people, yes, they do have the issue of, not really knowing what to do with themselves at times. And that's why I think the next generation is going to be the one to shift it because they want the world to see them. But the old habits, kind of like how the Amish, try to shun their family for leaving, the older ones are trying to hold on to that heritage, but the newer ones are like, nah, we're not doing this anymore. We want to live. So it's kind of a tug and pull scenario till somebody finally does it.
Because I don't want them to lose their culture. I'm not saying they should lose their culture. I just think they should live and adapt and have their culture in the modern world. I think they could do it. I mean, it just takes creativity and will and courage. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. But I can
It
tell
takes
you one thing
creativity.
that's going to be a bitch, and this is probably something that needs to be done. That's the statues of Columbus are going to have to come down because when they look at those, it's not good. They really don't like that dude.
So Columbus, so
Like
we
Well,
have to get
should
rid of
they?
Columbus.
Columbus Day and Columbus statues, in my opinion, need to come down. That would be a big part, in my opinion, towards opening their mind up to it because to them, y'all doing that would be a big step forward towards, hey, we know this dude was bad. We're not going to honor this dude no more. I
Okay.
understand, but at the same argument, we understand Columbus played a part in discovering America. We get it. But to them, that's what they don't understand. Like, why is people defending him when they know what he did?
Technically speaking, even our capital is called District of Columbia.
That is true as well, yeah.
So, and
So,
we had the Redskins.
and that's a tug and pull situation. Like, some Indians don't like it, but some of them didn't mind it. Like, some of them saw the Washington Redskins as a good illustration because they had something of theirs. But then,
And, and I
cancel
know in
culture
Richmond
kicks in and
there
all
were the
that dumb
Redskins
shit.
fans in Richmond, right? In Richmond,
Yeah,
everybody's not a Redskins fan, right?
yeah.
Yep, yep. Because
And then
our
when
captain's down
when
in
it got
Richmond.
taken off, that some of them took that offensively because to them, they were like, why are y'all taking this down? But other ones were like, yeah, it's offensive. I'm like, I mean, I understand both perspectives, but I didn't see a problem with it myself.
Okay. Um. Let me get some of the comments. But yeah. So also, can we have visuals on the screen? Yeah, we try to do that. So I don't know where Unpopular went. Unpopular, if he doesn't come back, he's supposed to be our video
Yeah,
guy for the day.
and I want to discuss this with you and
That's all
Jen while
right.
y'all are here.
Yeah.
If y'all are
No,
still there,
no,
right?
no, wait, no, wait. I want to get to the comments only because to me I find it
Oh,
important
okay.
to hit the comments because if you gonna spend your time listening to us, I mean, the least we could do is
Yeah, I
is
got you.
read the
I
comments.
didn't
Yeah.
know nobody commented yet. My bad.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no. Somebody commented. Okay. So I read the one from Sosa. Yeah. Our video guy he left. I don't know what happened to him. Come back on popular. Mark Smith, what's up? What's up? Bad Marsh, what's up? So Bad Marsh said the true tribesmen, right? I don't know what that means, but we said we're celebrating the deaths of natives. I mean, we're looking at the good, bad, and the ugly and celebrating our life. I'll say that much. That's my thing about Thanksgiving. We're celebrating our life in the environment that we came to be in, that we call America, and we're acknowledging the good, bad, and ugly. That's how I look at it, and we'll get to that later when we read some of the history about how it was observed legally with Lincoln and all that. We'll get into the proclamation and say exactly what they said behind making it an official thing. We're gonna get to that, okay? So we'll get to that. March. Mark Smith said Morocco, America. Yep, that's the whole thing. And then we might even do a future episode about the whole Moroccan theory that came before Columbus. We might do a future thing and go more into that whole thing about the Moroccans if they were here before. We might do that later or something if we can, if anybody wants to do that, right? So Anna said, I don't agree to forcibly marrying people that was that common in ancient history. I think it was when they was killing the man. They was take even if they didn't marry them, they was raping them. I know they was raping women back in the day when they was conquering them countries and them stuff. You know what I'm saying? I know they was doing that. I mean, it's a sad reality, but that's what they was doing. When you went to war, you went and got war booty. Okay. Even Jay knows about Game of Thrones. Remember Game of Thrones when you remember when Daenerys was I know this is a mythical, but it just shows. You remember how Daenerys was mad because they were taking all the women to be the slaves. She wants to not make all them free, but she did like that. That was the custom. You had to get to take the
Mhm.
women slaves. Yeah, I mean that was going on all over the world back in those ancient days. This is what's going on. They would that's what they did.
Yeah.
That's why it was. That's
Yep.
why. That's why in war. Okay, put this. Okay, watch this. That's why there's always tradition in almost every culture where you don't kill women and children. It's the reason why they say you don't kill women. You kill the men, but don't. That's why it's always the difference between killing women and children and killing men. It's the reason because that came from ancient war rules. You know what I'm trying to say? You save the women and children, right? Unless you want to be really evil, but you could kill the men. You know what I'm saying? Even in the Bible, they were killing all men in some tribes or something. Or even the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, his enemy tribe, he wouldn't kill the women and children, but he'd kill the men. He'll kill the men of fighting age, but he wouldn't kill the women and children. There's a reason for that. You know what I'm saying? Now, that was life back then. The women and children were the spoils of war. That's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? That was the
Yeah.
spoils of war in those days. You would enslave them or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say? That's how war was
Yeah, I
fought because
understand you.
you know what I'm trying to say? Because they didn't have prisons back then to lock everybody up in no concentration camps or no POW camps. The POW camp was slavery. You know what I'm saying? That was the
Yeah.
POW camp. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, that's where humanity was at. Okay, what else?
Hmm.
I don't think anyone. Okay, did Native Americans attempt cultural genocide against other tribes? I don't know. We have to look into, but I know that the Native Americans had different empires, right?
Yeah.
And different Native tribes had different empires. You know that, right?
Hmm.
And some conquered other people, right? Now,
Hmm.
you know, if anybody else want to talk about Native, do anybody know about Native American empires? Oh, who's echoing? Okay. Anyway, um, okay, so Anna said, today there are many tribal people in the world whose society leaves alone. What happened 1492 through 1600 was not normal. I mean that's a long period. That's a whole century. But you talking about world whose societies leave alone? I mean yeah, but eh, people found this place and they found it attractive to exploit. Unfortunately, so they couldn't leave it alone. This is a whole continent of riches, and they couldn't see this opportunity not take it. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to. I'm not in the shoes, but I know if I was back in those days and poor and didn't know really what was good about the world, I could have been one person who would have been a conquistador. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say. I mean, I can't put it up. And these type of things. could have been. I can't put this above any culture. You know what I'm trying to say to exploit their advantages. And then I said, Mr. Pelu, young Native Americans have been brainwashed to be ashamed out to reject and despise their ancient culture and civilization. So, Wolf, what do you think about that question from Manan? That young Native Americans have, or the comment, young Native Americans have been brainwashed to be ashamed out, reject, and despise their ancient culture and civilization.
Again, it's going to vary from tribe to tribe, but I don't see that myself from what I have seen. A lot of them do appreciate, but the one thing that some of them are ashamed of, and I do have to tie this into it, was during the enslavement when some of the five tribes started doing it. And there's still some of the Cherokee that don't agree with the mixed Cherokee and African Americans because that is something that happened. Most people don't pay attention to that part with slavery. The natives were part of that as well. So some of them agreed with enslaving native or African Americans, other ones did not. And there caused a big fight between some of these tribes because they didn't agree with the enslavement process. Some of them did, some of them didn't. Some of them were forced by white settlers, but we'll cover that here in a little bit. So I can understand what Anan is saying, but it really depends on the tribe's history because every tribe played a little bit of a different role, like between the empires and what they did. Not every tribe was conquering each other. Some of them got along. So it's going to depend which tribe you're talking about.
Okay. He also said, Wolf per capita. And this is you, Wolf. He said per capita, Native Americans have high violent crime victimization. However, some reservations are safe as Wolf said. It depends on the tribe. So, about the first part, that's the most important part. What do you say about the high violent crime victimization? They're victims. So if they're doing it, if they're being victimized, who's the perpetrators and why are they being victimized? And what do you know about the whole situation about crime in the Native American communities?
Well, that's the interesting part, right? Because see, if you commit a crime on reservation land, you're going to be tried by their law, not the federal government. That's something that people get confused. Reservations are not part of the federal government. Yes, under very certain circumstances will they allow like US Marshals to come there if like a fugitive flees on their land or something. That's an exception. But in general, you're going to be tried in their system, which you also have to understand this. If you commit a crime on their land, all you have to do is run off their land. And now it becomes a whole hassle of you can't be charged by the US government because it's out of their jurisdiction. So that could be something playing into it. People could be committing crimes there because it's harder for the reservation to get them once they get off. So that would be my theory
Okay.
as far as victimization crimes with that.
Okay, so should they reform? Should they reform their arrangement with the federal government and the nation so where jurisdictions could have some type of harmonization so they could so they could have better criminal justice? Should they reform their arrangement?
They should, in my opinion, but the Chiefs, the ones that call the shots, say no. They don't want any more of this white settler ideology coming on their shit, unfortunately.
But what if that's the only way to ensure criminal justice to have some type of harmonization where they could where they could apprehend fugitives and protect themselves because then they're almost like sitting ducks without any extra protection.
That's why I'm saying it's going to be the next generation because to them, they want to be in control. Like they don't want anybody else telling them what to do. Like that's the biggest
Yeah,
thing with them.
exactly. Like, why would you want other people ruling your people? That was the whole problem in the part. They didn't want to be ruled by these
I know.
colonizers. And
I'm not saying rule, but I'm trying to say that can they renegotiate? Cause look, no matter what, they're still under American jurisdiction in terms of sovereignty, right? I know they give them autonomy, right? But they're still part
Yeah,
of America and it's American citizens, right? They have the autonomous reservation. I understand that part. They have a devolved government, the same. They have a devolved government from the federal, and the federal respects their autonomy, right? But at the same time, I'm not saying they should lose any autonomy. I'm saying they themselves should renegotiate their arrangement in order to have harmonization. They basically, yes, they would have to agree to certain things. Yes, they would have to negotiate, but I mean, they would have to negotiate for their own safety. Sometimes, like you have to be diplomatic. You know what I'm saying?
Like
sometimes you got to play politics. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't think they could afford not to play politics at this point.
that's why a lot of
But the thing is,
that's where anus part's coming at. Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. I'm sorry. Go ahead real quick because I'll make a quick point about that.
I mean, ultimately, I would think that like what these I don't know. I tried to put myself as the best as I can into their shoes is from what I know, right?
Yeah,
And from what I could see is like you lived here for 10,000 of years, right? I'm just imagining this happened for
yeah,
today. This freaking army comes in and swoops over us and takes all our shit and our land. Now this is how we're running shit, right? And we're here first, like you guys can fuck
yeah,
off, right? So like
yeah.
you get overtaken, you get overrun, and now you want us to bend to your ways and culture, and you want me to adopt your laws? No, we're gonna run shit how we want to run stuff. We've been doing like this for 10,000 years. You guys run shit your way and leave us the hell alone.
They gotta play politics though, because they're in the jurisdiction. No matter how you slice it, they've been conquered, right? In United States, the autonomy they have is devolved from the United States. They're under U.S. sovereignty and the U.S. citizens. No matter how you slice it, every country in the world gotta play geopolitics, and even First Nations inside of our nation, United States, need to play politics within the United States themselves because they're part of the nation. They have to. Okay, I know it wasn't their choice to be part of the American nation, but that's their condition. It wasn't their choice. It's almost like black folks in America. Black folks wasn't their choice to be part of the American nation. I'm talking about the foundational black Americans. They were brought over here in slavery, right? But they still got to play politics. Or it's the same thing. The same. Look, the same thing how Wolf was saying before. I do kind of see the parallels between African American, foundational Black African American culture, and even Black diaspora culture in America and Native Americans in that they did not volunteer for the American experience at the foundational level, right? The foundations of Black America wasn't slavery. They did not volunteer for the American experience, but they got the American experience put on them the same way the Native Americans got their American experience put on them. But for whatever reason, right now they're in a position where they're living in the American experience. Should they not adapt their culture and their way of doing things, politically speaking, to harmonize themselves with the American body politics to get better results, to protect the safety, well-being, and future prospects of success and prosperity for their future generations by playing American politics to the best of their ability and proficiency to do so?
You want to hammer a good point, Pelu, that'll sum up a good bit of this for you. Something else that they want to remain sort of isolated for. What is the common occurrence with Black culture today? What's happening in the Black culture?
What intermarriage?
No, a lot of people are profiting off Black culture, correct?
Okay.
So that is one of their big concerns too, is that their culture is going to be used to profit, and people are just going to take advantage of their system again, in terms of heritage that they have.
But
Especially like a
everybody's
lot of
gonna be.
people.
But look though, my argument, my thing about that argument is that okay, we commercialize Chinese culture, right? We commercialize Mexican culture, right? We have Taco Bell, you have Kung Fu Panda, right? We have
Hmm.
we have in African culture we have Black Panther or Wakanda. You know what I'm saying? We have
Mhm.
India. We have Jungle Book Mowgli. You know, in Arabia we have Aladdin, the Princess Jasmine, and the genie. Right? Who else we got? Who else we got? We got Crash the Bandicoot. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. Animal. I'm trying to find a culture. What do we do for? Okay, I don't know. I mean, about them. What's it? The boomerangs. We got boomerangs, right? We got boomerangs from the Aborigines in Australia, right?
Mhm.
We got what else we got? We got walk like an Egyptian. That whole dance about walk like an Egyptian. We're looking at ancient Egyptian culture. So
Yeah.
I bring this all to okay in the ancient white culture, the Aztec. I mean the Kelsey of Asterix and Obelix. I remember the video game Asterix, right? Asterix. And okay, in the ancient Greeks we have the Hercules. You know what I'm saying? Hercules Disney Hercules, right? We have all that, right?
Hmm.
Saying this to say that every culture is going to have to, so in the world is go that's the way of the world is going to commercialize culture in whatever fashion somehow. So it's like I mean, out of everything to avoid, I don't think that's so scary. I mean, you can still have your culture, and people are going to, for lack of a better word, appropriate your culture, commercial. That's how people are. You know what I'm saying? People, but it's natural because people reflect what they commercialize, but the experience they have. So if they have some glimpse of the Native American experience, it's going to get commercialized, it's going to get this and that. But so is every culture going to be that way. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I think we're way too sensitive about this thing we call it cultural appropriation sometimes. It's like, oh well, just because you like something from a culture, oh well, I mean, it's hard to say you don't like something from a culture. Now I know there's different levels of culture, but I think they need to make to discover what is sacred about the culture. They just keep toy to themselves and what they can share. And they should, and that's what I'm trying to say. They gotta adapt to. It's almost like they basically gotta have a new religion or something. I don't know the exact way of saying it, right? But they would have to have something they know is sacred for themselves, and they just have that to themselves, and don't and only have it to something between that, but still live in the rest of society, and understand that culture on the outer level is going to get you know what I'm saying? Because everybody, I mean, what I'm say that a culture could have the interior part and the exterior part. They could, I
Hmm.
think, they have to kind of adapt to have the interior part while still living the world American universal exterior. Because no matter, all of us are living in a globalized world. There's nobody that can be completely tribal anymore. You know, and I say the same thing about African Americans. Nobody could be completely tribal. And we keep having that, we're gonna keep having the issues that we have too, even as African Americans. You know, so
Yeah.
it's almost like no matter what, America landed on the African Americans the way it landed on the Native Americans, but the whole world landed on all of humanity. And we all gotta understand we all part of the same human condition where the whole world landed on humanity, and we gotta deal with the world as it came to us as a human race. And Native Americans definitely gotta be part of it. They can't just isolate themselves from the human condition and all of us in this world together.
I understand what you're saying, and that that it's old habits. That's the shit that's got to be reformed. I mean, that's that. As I've told you guys earlier, and I want to bring this point up as well. Like, one of the big things you'll hear a lot, and I'm sure you guys experienced it in grade school, at least some of you, if you're old enough, where when they would teach about Native American history, you would see the teacher walking around with a headdress on, and stuff like that. Well, the reason a lot of natives don't like that is because that was a common way to mock their culture. Is when they were conquering them, they would chop the heads off of the chief, put it on, and dance around the fire in front of the women and children, mocking them. So when they see somebody wearing one that's not part of their culture, they see that shit as highly offensive.
Hmm.
But guess what though? If they were around more, right? If we seen them themselves and they told us these things that we could see them firsthand more, right? Would we not be more acculturated to them, and would they not be more acculturated to us, where we could sue those things out way better if we had real life exposure to them and their ideology and what they think about us, and they made a contribution socially to the modern American society, where everybody can experience them and interact with them? Wouldn't that help raise awareness for these things, so we'll know how to deal with them
Yeah,
the same way we know how? Like, for example, we know outside of the black community, you can't just call no black person an N-word. You know what I'm trying to say? Why do we know that?
yeah,
Because
of
the
course.
black community is interacting with the rest of America, and we understand that, right? But
Hmm.
we can have the same thing about Native Americans, but they have to interact with us to even know all that stuff to begin with.
Yeah, no, you're right, and that's one of the arguments I've tried to make. Um, because the textbooks that I'm learning the language, some of it's complex. It's like learning a foreign language, right? It's not going to be easy. And I even asked if I could share some of that information, and they said no, because it's considered sacred. Like, there's stuff in there, man, that's not in textbooks. They've kept libraries of stuff that they have. They've got stuff. Some of it could date back to as early as like the years 1200, 1300, the 1000. I mean, there's stuff that goes so far back that you have to actually know the language in order to even know what it's saying. Like, English is more prominent on them now because of the colonization that has occurred. Like, you do learn English on the reservation. That is part of American culture they've adopted. But Jen makes the point, and she's 100% correct. Like beyond that, they don't want no part of it because to them, they they just don't want to accept they were defeated. Like they don't like that. You're gonna have a hard time convincing them to adopt culture that destroyed them.
I think they should adapt their culture instead of adopt culture. Adapt their culture to deal with the globalized world we all have to adapt to. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say adopt a new culture. I'm saying adaptive
Yeah,
conservatism. Can you understand? That's why I used that word
yeah.
earlier. I didn't just use it now. I used it even earlier. I
Like
said, can they
it
not
will
have? Can they not
happen.
develop an adaptive conservatism?
It will happen. As the younger generation starts, like why is this generational? That's why it's becoming more common. You're seeing more younger people leaving it that don't want to be a part of that no more because they want to spread their wings and fly. They want to enjoy this country that was built. But there's always going to be them older people that are saying, "Oh, you're just a traitor. You sold out. You did this. You did that." Kind of the same way African Americans are portrayed when they start to think for themselves. It's kind of the same ideologies. It's just we're seen as traitors. Y'all are seen as sellouts.
Okay. Hey, I want to get to some. I want to get to some comments real quick. Anan said all Native Americans. He said all Native Americans do much better than Somalis. Okay. He said Native Americans and son of other spirits of life. Okay. Yeah, because I know Native Americans fell in the military, and you can talk about it.
Yeah,
You can talk about it a little bit later. Wolf, when I get done with the comments, you can talk because I know you are a military guy, so you can talk about some Native Americans in the military history. But hold on, I'm gonna get back to that. Let me just finish these comments real quick. Okay, Wolf, are many Native Americans now Christian and no longer invite their ancient ways? So, has Christianity spread heavy? Native Americans, have they adopted it? Have they are they mixing the old religion and their native Christianity, or is it purely the ancient religion and whatever and the ancient priest or whatever the equivalent of a priest is in their culture? How is their spirituality working in Native Americans? Well, working.
they some tribes again. It varies tribe to tribe, but I more often than not no. And the reason for that is because Christianity they see it's a white colonizer's ideology. To them, like the stuff that they do, again, I can't share the full details, but to kind of keep it at a place where I can talk about it because it's considered sacred is like, they are one with nature. They're one with spirits. Like even Aiden was correct when he brought this up. Like they will go almost, and it's crazy, Jen. It's almost like a phase that they'll put themselves into, like a Buddhist. Like they'll meditate for days at a time. Like they'll do
Mhm.
it. Like they'll go into a cave and meditate, or they'll sit around a fire and meditate. Like, and it gets even crazier. Like spiritually, like some of them believe that they're connected to animals,
Mhm.
like wolves and stuff. Like
Mhm.
they're connected to nature. It's something that's hard for somebody to understand. Like they see themselves as one and equal to everything around them. If that makes sense, that's a good way I could summarize it.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
they kind of
So
believe like Mother Earth takes care of them, and in exchange they took care of the earth. But now the earth has been poisoned, and they don't see it as like I guess divine anymore.
to
So
make a
that's
long
why they
story
want their
short.
sanctuaries.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To make a long story short, the Native Americans, and I assume this might be your child too. I'm not. I don't know. I'm just assuming, but tell me if I'm wrong or whatnot. A
Yeah,
lot of them. Okay. So a lot of them are just not Christian. The
no,
Christianity is not seeped in. So a lot of them are just not Christian, right? They still have their
no,
ancient religion.
correct. Yes.
Okay, then. So the majority, you would say, the majority on the reservations is just the
In
Christianity is
the
not.
Cherokee tribe, I would say so, yes.
Okay. Okay, then. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay,
Like
that's a good.
like it's crazy. Like the one I can't speak on is like it, and it's kind of getting crazy here, and keep an open mind. Like some of them believe in skinwalkers, and it's complex to break it down, but basically the myth goes that a chief of a tribe, basically became half man and half wolf, and in exchange for that, he was given mystical powers. And it was only for certain people of the tribe, normally the chief and the males and the sons of the chiefs. And there is some of them that still believe there are skinwalkers that walk among us, and at night they transform into wolves. That's kind of where that werewolf ideology came from. But that's pretty much all I can really speak on it. Anything more than that, and I'm starting to really cross some lines there that I shouldn't be crossing. But if that makes sense, like skinwalkers, essentially, like you've seen the wolves that wear the wolf pelt with the wolf head on top. That's typically what that is. They're seen as skinwalkers.
Okay, 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 good,
It's
okay,
it's
okay.
it's you know, some people will probably think it's batshit crazy. I can understand on the outside looking in, but these people are very, very spiritual about it. They believe it like wholeheartedly. And then you also have spirit animals. Like that's kind of what my name is. My spirit animal is a wolf,
Okay,
and then they have meanings to them.
okay,
So yeah,
okay. Okay, we definitely get back to that in a future episode. I mean, we do a follow up just on Native American culture one time if we can, and then
yeah.
and you
I'll
we could
share
break
as
it down.
much as I can without crossing the lines. I'll keep it that way.
Okay, yeah, yeah, we definitely have to follow up with this a lot of the Native American stuff because I mean it's good to have a Native American that or even if you're part Native American, not who could just who could give us
Yeah.
a telescope or a portal into this world from having some skin in the game, firsthand experience. Okay, let me get back. Okay, Saint James was like what up, James? He said he said okay, so he said we're celebrating Black Friday. He said Jesus was G's you buzz killing people, always trying to ruin stuff. I mean, he said facts, Pelu. Because cause I think buzz killing. I mean, we're just trying to examine the thing. We're not trying to examine the thing. We're not trying to kill the buzz of Thanksgiving, right? But um 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 um. Oh, you put him already. I wasn't ready to get take people in. I wasn't really ready to take people in yet, though, Jam. But it's okay. Um, because I
Okay.
thought we would take it on like a little bit later. Cause like past 11 or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't think it was like structured like that. Like, I don't know.
Oh, I was gonna
You
structure a
got
little
what
bit
you
like
got
how
to
we did
say
our
about
show.
things?
Okay, but make James talk a little bit.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, I was about to structure like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I could come back. What
Oh,
time is it there? What time is it there?
No,
it's
it come
just
back in
like
like
10,
okay,
yeah.
it come back in like and I can't come back in an hour.
Yeah, maybe. If
It's
not, I'll
late
be
there.
listening. I'll be listening.
Well,
Okay,
what
no,
you
no,
got to
okay,
say?
no, no.
What you
Yeah,
got
say
to
what you gotta
say,
say now. No,
James? What
just
you got
talk
to
about it now.
say?
Talk about it now.
All I was gonna say, big up everyone. I was
What
just
you
gonna
think
say,
about Thanksgiving? Pick up.
yeah, no, why not? Innit? It's celebrate holiday. I was just gonna say though, on like from moral perspective, yeah, I don't really see like what's like the Native Americans, like different tribes. They were responsible for genocides themselves. Um Some of them like practiced like human sacrifice and shit. Some of them were cannibals. So I'm saying like from a moral perspective, it's like, obviously, you can make the argument for them being more indigenous than the European settlers or whatever. But in reality, I don't think anybody can take a sort of I don't think anyone can sort of say, because any tribe that was responsible for what by modern standards is considered acts of immorality, like every single indigenous population throughout the world has been responsible for it, A, and then B, isn't necessarily indigenous. For instance, they evolved on that land, like their particular fucking like their particular species of hominin evolved there, right? So if you've moved somewhere and historically you were responsible for like some kind of heinous acts towards other hominins or Homo sapiens or whatever, then I don't think you would be taking a moral view, like, or you know what I mean, or be like, or grandstand on another population. That's my opinion.
I mean, you're partially right, St. James, but cannibalism is typically more with the Mayans and the Aztecs, Central America. That wasn't as common in the northern states. Second point, I mean, I hear that argument a lot about tribes slaughtering each other, but people always use that to try to, I guess, get around what occurred. And I mean, cannibalism is not solely natives, like that's everywhere. Like there's cultures in Africa, there's cultures in Madagascar, there's cultures all around that still to this day celebrate that stuff. So
I mean, I know there's cannibalism. I know there's cannibalism in some parts in Africa. I know that. I know
yeah,
also in the Pacific Islands. I know there's cannibalism there. But anyway,
yeah,
Jen, unpopular cities in the back. Get unpopular. He's in the saying in the back.
yeah.
I was just saying though, yeah, like just my perspective. I don't know, man.
No, I
I'm neutral.
understand you.
Okay?
Like it's no
I'm not an
disrespect,
American.
brother. I understand. Like everybody's got
Yeah,
his opinion.
I would just
Yeah,
say
yeah,
though,
Like I don't
yeah,
take nothing personal. No, I don't
yeah,
take it.
no,
I'm
no,
not one of them people.
no. St. James is cool. And James, if you want to stay, you can stay. I'm gonna let you stay because you
Yeah.
cool. You cool and you good for this conversation. But and he bring a foreign perspective, a British guy. But
I
but
was wondering where he was from. Yeah, I picked up on it the moment you
I'm not
said that.
British, but I got you.
okay, from England.
Yeah.
Okay, who resides, a resident,
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
a resident from across the pond. All right, as a across the pond resident. Okay, okay. Let me finish these comments. Okay, okay. St. James again about the whack ass casinos. Hey, how you feel about the casinos? Wolf, how you feel about casinos?
I mean, they do pull in money for him. I will give them that, but I think it's not good for the stuff that they believe because it's not in like Abrahamic, right? They don't like gambling, but to them, they see it as like a form of reparation payment to them. But I personally don't. I don't like casinos myself for that reason, because the whole purpose of a casino, it's a negative environment. It's like a negative vibe with stuff like that because people lose money, people win money. I don't agree with it, but they're tolerant of it because they do make money off of it. So, but that's a
Okay,
personal opinion of mine. Not all of them see it that way. I just think that it should have been something else besides casinos.
okay. Okay, so what else? And I had a couple more questions. He just said about Native American. He said Saint, he connected to Native Americans. No, he's not connected to Native American spirituality. I don't already know that. Okay, what else? I'm trying to think what else. What up, Leo? He said some people believe that trees are the lungs of the world. That animals breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. How crazy is that? What the? I mean, the animals breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon. The animals breathe in oxygen, breathe out like okay, that doesn't make. I mean, how is that crazy? And isn't that the regular belief? Isn't that the regular thing that we all taught that we
I
breathe
think
in oxygen?
he's being sarcastic though. I think he's being sarcastic. Yeah,
Yeah, I, mean, I blame scientific teaching us to grow up.
But
Okay, Leo.
yeah,
Okay. It's made with. Oh, okay, what? Okay, whatever, Leo. Yeah, okay. No, no, because see, I know James, but when we do an educational program, like I be expecting people to have like more, like I take everybody seriously, until I find out I can't take you seriously no more. You know what I'm saying? But what else? Okay, so where were we now? So next step.
So he said. Hmm.
Okay, well, go, Jen.
So Annan said, well, I want to know like what people think about this. Says all Native Americans came from Africa, maybe on ships. Some of the Native Americans probably lived in Americas as early as 114,000 years ago.
is Anan Maki?
Technically, all Native Americans are Africans. Nah, I know. See, I don't know where. I don't know. Like, I don't. I'm not sure on where I stand on the one person like was the first person like there was only ever one person on earth. Like I think life evolved and I think that like life arised and like I think we're finding proof of that with all these like ancient kind or like first kind of ancestors of different types all around the world. So you know what I'm saying? Like now we have Neanderthals, we have Homo
yeah.
sapiens, we have Dravidians, we've got some other new like one that they found. So I, I don't
You're saying out of Africa theory
I don't know
isn't
how I.
necessarily referred to. The thing is though,
Well,
yeah,
that would be the Adam and Eve. Like that would coincide with Adam and Eve, right? One
Uh,
person and one male
no,
and one female.
no,
yeah.
no. What would likely happen is a population would evolve in it. So obviously you have through evolution, you have different like you have different taxas, like different groups in it, different biological groupings, and different species within that, subspecies within those. But it would never be like one male would exist, and like only one male and one female of a specific species would exist. An entire population would adapt, and the like for sake of argument, the weak amongst them would perish, and you'd see speciation in the like the fitter of the species and the fittest even. So it would be a group in it, it'd be a population, and there's no reason to suggest that groups. So let's say, for instance, if groups migrated prior to the speciation, it's not impossible to say that in different disparate locations on the globe, different groups evolved with the same features.
No, that happens with different animals all the time. That happens with different type of animals all the time. Like they have those in Tasmania. They have those striped little marsupial Tasmanian tigers that will evolve with different. I mean, that happens all the times. Yeah, but and that's good we get into that. But I don't want to get too much into a bio lesson because James,
No, no, no.
like
I'm just trying to. No, I know. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Like, I just feel like maybe life arose in different places around the planet. You know what I'm
But what
saying? Like roughly around the same time of whatever was happening that made it okay for it to arise.
but you know what's more important though, Jen, in these kind of things is like what makes an African and a Native American, right? Like at the point of self-awareness, at the point of demarcating and delineating, you know, your like identity, your name, your whatever, your region, the area you inhabit your kingdom, your dominion. Whatever. At that point, you may be able to call someone an African. Were these people, whoever you like, these people believe? Let's say it's the case, right? It's the case that in the Ice Age, these people migrated from Africa to the Americas, for instance. Yeah, let's say that they went west to America. If that's the case, and they did make that journey, did they consider themselves Africans when they left? Like, at what point did they consider themselves the tribe that they are currently? And then
Right,
from that
right.
point, because if out of Africa is true, it doesn't mean everybody's fucking African. Because then what about the populations that migrated out of Africa, then came back to Africa? Like, there's so many. Do you know what I mean? Are they the same as the people that migrated and stayed? It's just way too complicated. From the moment somebody says, or from the moment like they self-identify as African, then maybe you can make the case that these Africans went to this part of North America. But prior to that, it's just fucking human beings migrating. It's not that.
yeah.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But like Africans now, like living in, let's say, like, I don't know, Norway or UK, they still look like Africans. Like they didn't turn white. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like people in 400 years, the Africans that have been in America still have retained their African looks, right? They're not evolving into white people or evolving into Native Americans. So how long did that, like, these Native Americans that people are saying, like, that have this distinct Native American look that do not look like Africans, like, how long did it take for them to look like that? Like, how long did it take an African person to look like a Chinese person or a Mongol? Like,
But you know the problem is, is you assume a linear path. So you assume a spectrum where you got super black on one end and some fucking, where you got like Sudanese on one end and a Scandinavian or do you know what I mean, a Northern European. It's not like that. Like some of the groups that migrated out, for all people know, obviously there is markers, there's clues, there's genes or whatever, but some people, like let's say the San people or whatever, like some people in Southern Africa, they look very similar to some East Asians, like East and Southern Asians now. So how do you know that that group didn't migrate out and that's the group we see in East Asia? And it's not necessarily as a result of the climate and adapting to the climate. It's just a result of the particular population that migrated out from there. Or some of these people organically evolved in these regions, or some or creatures, I say creatures, hominins that were not Homo sapiens evolved, and therefore them mating or breeding patterns were different to the ones. There's so many, like no one knows it. That's the major fact. But it's not as simple as everybody who's West African was the original man, and everybody who's not West African is somehow some hybrid, or so like that's just silly, and there isn't actually conclusive proof of that. There's evidence to suggest that it's more likely if humans started in this region, they would have looked like this because they would have evolved to adapt to the climate. That's a fair statement. But to say it's like cut and dry that one phenotype was the original is stupid, and there's no real evidence to support it. To be honest, it's just theory.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So let's
There is a topic I want to bring up since Unpopular's here, and he actually kind of brought light to me with this. If you're still there, Unpopular,
unpopular.
is he
Okay.
there?
Yeah. What's up?
He brought this point to me. We was talking about this, but I never even thought about this before. But when the conquering was occurring, you had natives that fled south to Mexico, to Central America. And who's to say that some of these people trying to come back are not descendants of the people that fled?
Mm.
I never even thought about that
That's
until Unpopular brought it to my frontal cortex, kind of like that is true. They did flee to Mexico. They went to Mexico and Canada. So do these people that left, do they have certain rights to come back? I mean, looking at it that way, you have to make a case that they do.
Okay.
I mean, you remember what I'm talking about, don't you, Unpopular?
Yeah, I remember the conversation we was having. I think I was looking up. I was trying to figure out because I like I've never seen a native before, so I don't even know if I don't even know how a native looks. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm
Well,
like,
they
telling you,
look
the
different.
Pequots, the Mashantucket Pequots, the
Yeah,
Narragansett, and the Wampanoags, they look like straight black folks,
yeah.
legit. Like,
Like
No,
it
yeah, I
just
seen
I
one
don't
it
when
know
I was
depends.
on
Yeah,
YouTube
how.
before. I've seen
but
them
they
on
got
YouTube before.
Yeah,
they got
yeah,
straight hair though, right?
yeah.
They got like straight hair.
No,
So
they
So
be
are there?
having like
Some
I
of
think
them
I think they
do,
be
but
mixed
some
with
of them
black.
don't. Some of them had
I think a lot
dreads
of them
too.
is mixed with
Like
black. I think a lot of them is mixed with black. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of those people are like
yeah.
I
Some of
think they
them
have a
got
high
curly
intermarriage
hair
rate.
too. Yeah.
mm,
Aren't,
Like it
aren't
just
there?
depends. Like you got white natives, the really light skinned ones. Then you got the ones that's black as Akon. Like I
Aren't
mean,
there?
there's some
Aren't the
natives
Seminoles?
damn near
Aren't the
blacker than
Seminoles black?
some African Americans, for God's sakes.
man,
Like
I wish I could meet a natives just so I can get that that experience of just knowing what they actually look like. But I'm pretty sure because I don't even know if I've ran into one or not. Like to be honest, because mostly all I see is white folks and black folks and Hispanics.
I
But
mean, you could have. You've probably seen a light skinned one at some point in your life. I would probably say you have, but it's culture. Like it depends where you are, and it depends how close you live to a reservation. And the ones that have left the reservations, well, they're a part of American society, and they're not walking around in garbs anymore or any of that old clothing that they used to make.
right,
Yeah.
So
Hey. Okay. Hey. So let's get back to a little bit about Thanksgiving, only because I want to get into the history of it because it's
yeah,
we kind of do a little bit of educational program too. You know what I'm saying? So this is
yeah.
special thing. We're gonna get we trying to be educational too. Let's talk about Thanksgiving. This is according to Wikipedia. Thanksgiving is a national holiday celebrated on various dates in the United States, Canada, Grenada, Saint Lucia, and Liberia. It began as a day of giving thanks and sacrifice for the blessing of the harvest of the preceding year. Similar named festivals occur in Germany and Japan. Thanksgiving is celebrated on the second Monday of October in Canada and the fourth Thursday of November in the United States, and around the same part of the year in other places. Although Thanksgiving has historical roots in religious and cultural traditions, it has long been celebrated as a secular holiday as well. Okay, and I want to get into the Okay, I'm gonna let me get more to history. Okay, history. Okay, the prayers of thanks and special Thanksgiving ceremonies are common amongst almost all religions after harvest and at other times. The Thanksgiving holidays history in North America is rooted in English traditions dating from the Protestant Reformation. It also has aspects of a harvest festival, even though the harvest in New England occurs well before the late November date on which the modern Thanksgiving is celebrated. Okay, in the English tradition, days of Thanksgiving and special Thanksgiving religious services became important during the English Reformation during the reign of Henry the eighth, and in reaction to the large number of religious holidays on the Catholic calendar. Before 1536, there were 95 church holidays plus 52 52 Sundays when people were required to attend service of church to attend church and forego work and sometimes pay for expensive celebrations. Okay, the 1536 reforms reduced the number of church holidays to 27, but some Puritans wished to eliminate all church holidays, including Christmas and Easter. The holidays were to be replaced by specially called days of fasting or days of Thanksgiving in response to events that the Puritans viewed as acts of special providence. Um, um, Unexpected disasters or threats of judgment from on high called for days of fasting. Special blessings viewed as coming from God called for days of thanksgiving. For example, days of fasting were called on account of the drought in 1611, floods in 1613, and plagues in 1604 and 1622. Days of Thanksgiving were called following the victory over the Spanish Armada in 1588 and following the deliverance of Queen Anne in 1605. An unusual annual day of Thanksgiving began in 1606 following the failure of the gunpowder plot in 1605 and developed into Guy Fawkes Day, the 5th of November. Okay, so I didn't know that. Thanksgiving is connected to even Guy Fawkes Day in Britain. So, how about that, one, James? As a resident British resident,
What
I
that
don't even
that
think they celebrate Thanksgiving over there.
I know they don't, but it's connected. It said it's connected to Guy Fawkes Day.
yeah,
It's
we
connected.
celebrate the 5th of November.
Yeah, 5th of November. That's Guy Fawkes.
The gunpowder plot, whatever. But I think it's like, yeah, I think the reason that, from if I can remember, I think the reason we celebrate it is because it prevented an act of terror. But I think there's some like reference to the government or parliament being for the people and them not forgetting that or some shit. I can't remember. Or maybe I got that from that movie V for Vendetta. I forget. But yeah,
Okay.
there's some significance, but really it's just fireworks night. It's bonfire night. So yeah, we like how we celebrate it is just with fireworks, bonfire. There's no gifts exchanging or whatever. But I didn't know it had a connection to Thanksgiving. So that's news to me.
Yeah, because those days were called days of Thanksgiving. So I'm trying to get the history of how we started having days of Thanksgiving and what is the origin of it. And the origin of it is from England when they started having days of Thanksgiving in the Protestant Reformation, and they started having days of Thanksgiving and days of fasting. And one day of Thanksgiving they had was actually Guy Fawkes Day is a day of Thanksgiving for the thwarted effort or the thwarted attempt in bombing the Houses of Parliament on November the 5th in 1605. So I'm just getting to the history of why we call it Thanksgiving and what Thanksgiving was about. Because we're trying to see if we should still celebrate it, and a lot of people don't know a lot of histories of it. But I want to get to the United States, and I want to get to some of the proclamations that were made. Because when I started reading these proclamations that were made, a lot of them were very telling, and it spoke to me. You know, it spoke to me like um let's um let's get to one of the first proclamations, right? Now this is in the Revolutionary War, right? In the Revolutionary War, the first national proclamation of Thanksgiving was given by the Continental Congress in 1776. Now you know America declared independence in July 4th, 1776. So I mean the first day of Thanksgiving, the first national proclamation of a Thanksgiving Day was given by Congress in 1777. So 1 year after the Declaration of Independence, from its temporary location in York, Pennsylvania, while the British occupied the national capital at Philadelphia. Delegate Samuel Adams created the first draft. Congress then adopted the final version. And here's the version: for as much as that it is the indispensable duty of all men to adore the superintending providence of Almighty God, to acknowledge with gratitude their obligation to Him for benefits received, and to implore such further blessings as they stand in need of, and it had pleased Him in His abundant mercy not only to continue to us the innumerable bounties of His common providence, but also to smile upon us in the in the persecution of a just and necessary war, for the defense and establishment of our inalienable rights and liberties, particularly in that He have been pleased in so great a measure to prosper the means used for the support of our troops, and to crown our arms with most signal success. It is therefore recommended to the legislative or executive powers of these United States to set apart Thursday, the 18th day of December next, for solemn thanksgiving and praise, that at one time and with one voice the good people may express their grateful feelings for their heart, the grateful feelings of their hearts, and consecrate themselves to the service of their divine benefactor, and that, together with their sincere acknowledgments and offerings, they may join the penitent confession of the manifold sins. What? That they may join the penitent confession of the manifold sins, whereby they had forfeited every favor and humble and earnest supplication that may please God through the merits of Jesus Christ, mercifully to forgive and blot them out of remembrance, that it may please Him graciously to afford His blessing of the governments of these states respectively, and prosper the public council of the whole, to inspire our commanders both by land and sea and all under them with that wisdom and fortitude which may render them fit instruments under the providence of Almighty God, to secure for these United States the greatest of all human blessings, independence and peace, that it may please Him to prosper the trade and manufacturers of the trade and manufacturers of the people, and the labor of the husbandmen, and that our land may yield its increase, to take the schools and seminaries of education so necessary for cultivating the principles of true liberty, virtue, and piety under His nurturing hand, and to prosper the means of religion for the promotion and enlargement of that kingdom which consisteth in righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Ghost. And it is further recommended that servile labor and such recreation as though at other times innocent may be unbecoming of this purpose appointed, be omitted on such a solemn occasion. That's one of the first things. So I'm saying, so now when I look at these things, this is the first one. Is more to it, right? When I look at it, when they were asking and this is what I was bringing up to Jen, it was like when they first started proclaiming these days, right? We have these stories about the Indians and whatever, but when we first started proclaiming these days to give Thanksgiving, it was for real things in the country. Like the first one was right in the revolution. They were trying to give thanks for being able to even have a revolution, and they were praying for God's help in their revolution, and they were even praying for God's forgiveness for whatever sins they were doing. So to me, I think I think that Thanksgiving was always rooted in giving thanks to God, and the stories will became part of the legends around it. But I don't think that's really the core of Thanksgiving. That's why I think it's still relevant to all Americans to this day. And I know the religion then was mostly Christianity, but if I go to the rest of the proclamations that I go to later, it evolves into more into more universal declarations without any particular religion, and that's how I think it evolved. Because this is the first one, the word proclamation, and this was not even the modern one we have today. This was just one day in December that time. But even if you look at that, right? This was the 18th of December in 1777, right? But even when we look at how it evolved, I mean, we have these the stories and legends of the meals and everything that got into it, but it was always originally a day of it's really a solemn day and a day of for lack of a better words numinosity, like being numinous, like knowing that there's some type of divine spirit with us. And I think that's good for a nation to have one thing that the whole nation could come together behind, something like that. That's one of my lovings of Thanksgiving. That's my favorite holiday, secular holiday in America. That's one I celebrate more than anyone. I mean, other not get me wrong, other holidays are important like Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Fourth of July. But Thanksgiving to me is like one where you're connected to it connects the nation as a whole to to the divine benefactor. And I believe that's what's kind of made America what it is today. Is that no matter what, we still have that core feeling of awe and numinousness and some faith in America, that we're not totally nihilistic, and that's kind of why I think the saving grace of America. So, what does everybody think about that?
Um, yeah, go ahead, Jim, real quick, because I'm gonna break something down that I just got a text from my auntie about.
Okay, ooh,
Okay.
Because I just asked her about
Um,
this while you was reading that.
all right, then go through on that. Then go through.
So basically, this is what she's saying. The problem with Thanksgiving is that people celebrate the pilgrims, and they paint the picture as if it was the natives at the table with the pilgrims and they were seen as equals. When in reality, it was the pilgrims they were the people basically, as I told you, sizing them up. That's all this was about. And how she sees it is this: they don't have a problem with people necessarily that celebrate it. This is just the Cherokee people. But if people celebrate it, their main thing is be grateful for what you have, understand the history of it, but you don't got to be demonized for celebrating it. And on top of it, she said, as long as you're not celebrating what the pilgrims did and like mocking them and shit, she doesn't see as big of a problem with it herself. She said what the problem is, though, is they paint this feast that these people had as if it was peaceful, which it wasn't. And she said that's the part that they don't like, is when people act like nothing bad came of that. She said if it's going to be celebrated, celebrate it in a way that you honor the land you're on, by appreciating the person next to you. Don't litter, don't destroy the land we live on. And then most of all, she said be happy with your family. And treat it as a day to love your family and treat each other with respect. She said just don't use it to cause hatred, because by doing that, she said you're honoring the pilgrims, and that's the part of it they don't like.
okay,
And
wow,
see,
good.
this is what they teach you in school, right? What they teach you in school is nothing of what Mr. Pelu has said. It's nothing about all of that, like national, nothing about Guy Fawkes Day, nothing about none of that. About being thankful to God. They don't teach you about that in school. They teach you in school that these pilgrims came over here and sat and had this wonderful feast with these Indians, and they came to some beautiful conclusion, and they lived happily ever after. That was their first introduction of this thing, and this is where I think that they they get it messed up. And it's like either we're going to teach the kids about the real, the real history of it, including what Mr. Pelu is saying and how it became a national holiday. But again, like I think that, people talk about whitewashing history, or, the colonization of history. And this part of history starts with literally at the first impact of colonization, which I think is
Okay,
a huge disrespect to, hi Jupiter,
yeah.
to the native people. Like I just
Yeah,
feel like their stories need to get out, and the real background and history needs to get out. And nobody knows that, since 1970 nationally, it has also become a national day of mourning, in this areas, especially to the tribes in New England. So I'm going to read a little bit from this side. It goes,
Hey, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Before you do that, hey, unpopular, you there?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I want you to go to Wikipedia and go to Thanksgiving, but go to the part that
Yeah,
says America and click on Thanksgiving USA,
I
and then
got
go
it.
down to and go down to 'cause I want when Jen's finished. I want to put it up on the
Yeah,
board. I want you to go down to I want you to go down. Yeah, go to Thanksgiving, but then go to USA Thanksgiving at US, and I want you to go down to the part that shows uh the uh the what's that part called now?
like
Just the
yeah,
the history part. Go down to the history, but go down to the proclamations and go down to the Thanksgiving proclamations in the early republic.
yeah. And Jen, if I can add something else real quick for you, pick up on that. Basically, what they
Mm-hmm.
do as well on Thanksgiving Day. Um, Granted, it isn't Thanksgiving yet. This is gonna be my first time ever seeing how they do it fully. But from what I've been told, is they'll go see their burial grounds, which is their ancestors, and they mourn. And that's the part that Jen's talking about, the day of mourning. They mourn, but they also understand the side of the peace behind it because to them, it was the pilgrims that were in the wrong in Thanksgiving, not them. They intended for it to be a peaceful encounter. It was the pilgrims that ruined it because they wanted power. They wanted to conquer these people. So it goes both ways. Um, I just think if people are going to celebrate Thanksgiving, I agree with what Jen is saying. Don't demonize people, but the full history of it needs to be explained. It wasn't no happy feast that just la di da and then they sailed off in open seas.
Facts, facts. So, so this says the story of Thanksgiving and the National Day of Mourning. Um, Without the help of the Native American community they met upon settling in America, the Mayflower Pilgrims would have likely never survived. Instead, the mutual understanding between the two groups led to one of the world's most well-known dates, Thanksgiving. But the story of Thanksgiving is more than turkey and pilgrims. It involves two groups of people, colonists who were aboard the Mayflower and the Native American people whose land they chose to settle on. And although this groups formed an alliance for a time, the events of the 17th century and the years that followed the arrival of the Mayflower led to the unprecedented mass killing of Native American people, the seizing of their lands, and enslavement of their people. For those descended from those who survived, it's not Thanksgiving, it's a day of mourning. The video below seeks to tell a story from point of view of the Wampanoag tribe, descendants of those who watched the Mayflower arrive on their shores in 1960. Maybe we could play that. Let me get the link for that. I'm sorry, in shores in 1620. So a ship arrives from the east after 66 days at sea in truly unpleasant stormy conditions. The Mayflower and his passengers finally reached North America on November 21st, 1620. But instead of laying anchor in New Virginia, they had permission to colonize, storms have forced the Mayflower far off course, and the ship landed in Cape Harbor, what is now known as Provincetown, Massachusetts, a place where they technically had no right to settle. A document called the Mayflower Compact was drafted and signed by 41 of the men on board. This laid down the rules for the Mayflower pilgrims to abide by before going ashore and for the good of their new colony. This was later claimed to be one of the foundations of American democracy. Once the colonists agreed to work together, the Pilgrims sent search parties ashore to find an ideal place for them to settle while also collecting juniper wood to burn in the ship's rancid living quarters in order to make it smell a little better. The Mayflower replica, oh, that's after exploring the area, the settlers chose a clearing previously occupied by the Wampanoags, a local native tribe. The tribe had abandoned the village several years previously following the outbreak of a deadly disease known as the Great Dying brought to their shores by European sailors and slavers. Deciding they would face no resistance in settling there, the colonists departed the shores of Provincetown, arriving in Plymouth Bay on December 26. Setting foot on land, no one was prepared for the harsh winter ahead. The colonists struggled to build their settlements, find food, and ward off sickness. Many had stayed on board in the Mayflower, which became home to sick and dying. By the end of the first winter, 50 and 102 original Mayflower passengers lost their lives. Um, let's see. Once his crew began to recover from disease, the Mayflower's captain, Christopher Jones, sailed it back to England, taking half the time it did on its outward journey. In March 1621, it said that an English-speaking Native American called Samoset entered the Plymouth colony and introduced himself. He was a member of the Wampanoags, and after a night talking with the settlers, he brought another English-speaking Native American called Tisquantum, also known as Squanto, to meet the Pilgrims. Squanto had been previously abducted by European sailors and sold into slavery and had returned to his homeland, being liberated and working as an interpreter for another sailor. Meeting was arranged with the chief, Masasui. I don't know how to say that. When he visited the settlement, one of the first to greet him was Edward Winslow. A leader in the separatist group, Winslow had not only been instrumental in organizing the journey to America, but was also one of the men who signed the historic Mayflower contract. Yeah, so this just goes into, it gives Edward Winslow's account. So I could type this and I'll put the link in the chat if anybody wants to know. But basically, it gets into the whole story, from how they got there, the years of bloodshed that followed, and getting into the King Philip's War. I'll put that link in the
Okay.
YouTube chat.
Hey,
But anyway,
hey, I'm
that's how
popping.
I like to see it. Like this is what I think
Yeah.
about.
That's why it's so popular. Hey, did you find that page? You found that page? What I actually get from me?
Nah, what you said, like you said Thanksgiving United States, right?
Yeah, yeah. So you got the part that said Thanksgiving United States. It'll go down to history. Can you go down to history?
History. All right, yeah.
Yeah, and go down to history and then go down to the part where it says Thanksgiving proclamations in the early republic.
Okay.
Okay, you had there. Okay, can you share the screen with Jen? Just so we can share a screen and have some interaction too, instead of me just instead of me just reading it.
But yeah, so let's what's up, Jupiter? Sorry, nice to have you. What do you think
No,
about
it's
all
okay.
this?
Yeah, no, I haven't been over for ages, but it's nice just to listen. So it's stuff I didn't know, so I'm just
Mm.
listening.
Yeah, Jupiter. Yeah, because this is an educational program, not like a regular live. We having like an educational live at the same time.
Yeah, no, I
You gotta
don't
learn.
mind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Jen's
trying to teach
panels. They're always
somebody something.
very, very
So when they
calm.
teach you about, do they teach you about thanks. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. But do they teach you anything about American Thanksgiving and over there? Like, what do they teach you guys about it? Do they teach you anything
Nothing. I
about it
know
or not
absolutely
really?
nothing. No, not at all.
Oh wow. Okay. So
Okay.
yeah, so basically what we're taught in schools from like a little kid is, that the pilgrims came over here and they had this beautiful feast with the natives and they exchanged their goods and it was all happy and peaceful, but it really was the start and of really, really tragic that gets overlooked in modern day like educational narratives, I would say. Um
Mm.
I don't even think high school kids learn this stuff. I didn't learn this stuff in high school. My kids never learned this stuff in high school. They never learned anything about the
Uh-uh.
Wampanoags till I taught them all.
Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know. Did y'all ever learn any of this in school? Like,
No,
I did.
they don't
not
teach
No,
you
yet.
no,
real
no, no.
history.
I mean, we didn't learn. No, nah, not really, not really, not really. I'm gonna be honest with you, not really. We learned. Don't get me wrong. We learned about Native Americans. We didn't learn about Thanksgiving necessarily. We learned about in our state. We learned about the ones who lived in the Chesapeake region, where we from. You know what I'm saying? We learned about the ones who live D.C., Maryland, Virginia area. We learned about the Chesapeake region, like the
Mm,
Algonquins, the Piscataways, and the Nanticokes. And we learned the different, and we did it. Especially,
mhm.
it was fourth grade. That was the heart of our fourth grade curriculum was Native American and early colonial. They mixed Native American and colonial settler history of Maryland state and all the of Maryland right outside D.C. right and that's what they focused on, like the colonial history of Maryland, and then
Mm.
the Collinsworth family, and then the different tribes that they met, and they even taught us about slavery and plantations and stuff, even when we were young, because we south of the Mason Dixon line, so we still had slavery over here for a long time, and we still had like old plantations and old tobacco houses and stuff like that, and they would give us like tours of those things like that, old plantations, so but we learned about Native Americans. We learned about the
Mm.
about the growing and corn and tobacco. They got that all from Native Americans originally. So they did teach about Native Americans, but they didn't emphasize the Thanksgiving story at
Yeah,
all.
all the nicey stuff. Yeah, all the nicey stuff. Exactly. And even in my state where this huge battle happened, we never knew about it. We never got taught about the battle in the swamp and all that King Philip's War. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, like
Never
even
learned
Chesapeake,
about none of that.
even Chesapeake. The name Chesapeake is means great self. It means great shellfish, great shellfish bay. That was actually the native name for the bay. It called it Great Shellfish Bay, like
Yeah,
shellfish.
yeah.
But even
And
that's what we know for having crab. We have
right.
crab, a lot of crab. We have like Maryland blue crab. Yep.
Hmm.
But all
Yeah,
that we
yeah.
just Native
And like
American.
out here in New England especially, yeah, everything is either named after something from the UK or from Native Americans. Like Connecticut is that's a Native American name, right? But then we have
Yeah.
things like Hartford and Bristol and New Britain and New London and New Haven and all these towns, right? But then you have like there's a like let me think of one of the native towns. Pequannock, Pequannock, Pequabuck, different towns like this. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty standard through all of like CT and Massachusetts. If it's not named after something from Britain, it's named after uh,
I
Native
think there's a lot of
American
places in
stuff.
America though. A lot of places like that. If I would think about it, a lot of places like that, except for when you go to the West Coast. The West Coast got a lot of Spanish names. You know what I'm trying to say? It's mostly Spanish names because there's a lot of those places usually part of Mexico, like
Yes. Yep. Yep.
California, San
Yep.
San Jose. There's a lot of
Yeah.
Spanish names out west, but that's different out west. But in the East Coast, yeah, it's
Oh
all
yeah.
it's all Native American and British. You know what I'm saying? Mostly Native American and British. But in the West Coast, they got a lot of Spanish Mexican influence all over their names of their towns and their places and all the other stuff. So yeah, I mean it's part of it. Even us, we have all the streets. We have little towns. We have Akakeet. Say we have we have the Mattawoman Highway. I mean, we have all these different. We have like different highways and stuff named for tribes and different like roads and stuff like that. So we still have that in that sense, but we don't have the Native Americans themselves. You know. Oh, I want to get into something. Oh, I do want to get into. Okay, I don't even know if I want to get into that yet about the Native Americans who mixed with the whites and blacks, but they were like passing. Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot of other stuff. Oh man, I don't know if I want to get to that right now. I'm gonna get to that later maybe. But anyway, popular. Will you ever get that part for me?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay, you mind sharing it with Jen?
Yeah, she just gotta accept the screen share.
Okay.
Come on, add to screen. There.
Okay. Okay. There we
Come
go. There we
on.
go.
There.
Perfect. There we go.
There
Perfect.
we go.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, because I know Jupiter like this. 'Cause I know from my understanding, she's a person who believes in a higher power. So, but But I'm gonna go to the proclamation because we're trying to give all the sides of the story. So we're trying to give the story from the sides because we celebrate as a holiday. We want to know the history of how it became a holiday because we have a lot of other stories behind it. But I want to get to the concrete proclamations that were made and why the institutors of the holiday made it a national holiday for America. And I think that's important to understand too if we want to be grounded about the issue, right? So I'm going to go to what the Thanksgiving in the Proclamation of the Early Republic. So if you can follow along with me, unpopular when I read it, because I can't see what you're doing right now because I'm reading it from my phone too. Uh, um, 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 the Continental Congress, which is the legislative body that governed the United States from 1774 to 1789, issued several national days of prayer, humiliation, and thanksgiving, a practice that was continued by Presidents Washington and Adams under the Constitution and has manifested itself into the establishment of the American observance of Thanksgiving and the National Day of Prayer today. This proclamation was published in the Independent Gazetteer or Chronicle of Freedom on November 5th, 1782, the first being observed on November 28th, 1782, right? And this is what it says: by the United States and Congress assembled, proclamation. It being the indispensable duty of all nations, not only to offer up their supplications to Almighty God, the giver of all good, for his gracious assistance in a time of distress, but also in a solemn and public manner to give him praise for his goodness in general, and especially for great and signal interpositions of his providence in their behalf. Therefore, the United States in Congress assembled, taking into their consideration the many instances of divine goodness to these states in the course of the important conflict in which they have been so long engaged, the present happy and promising state of public affairs, and the events of the war in the course of the year now drawing to a close, particularly the harmony of the public councils, which is so necessary to the success of the public cause, the perfect union and good understanding which has hitherto subsisted between them and their allies, notwithstanding the artful and unwearied attempt of the common enemy to divide them, the success of the arms of the United States and those of their allies, and the acknowledgement of their independence by other European powers. Those friendships and commerce must be of great and lasting advantage to these states. Do hereby recommend it to the inhabitants of these states in general to observe and request the several states to interpose their authority in appointing and commanding the observation of Thursday, the 28th day of November, next as a day of solemn thanksgiving to God for his mercies, and they do further recommend to all ranks to testify their gratitude to God for his goodness by a cheerful obedience to his laws, and by promoting each in his station and by his influence the practice of true and undefiled religion, which is the great foundation of public prosperity, national happiness. Done in Congress at Philadelphia, the 11th day of October in the year of our Lord 1782, and of our sovereign and independence the 7th. John Hanson, President; Charles Thompson, Secretary. So you see, that's when it becomes early public. After that's the second proclamation of it. So I'm reading these things because I think it's important that we see what the framers and our founding people wanted us to see when they did it. So what I mean, I want to go to you, Jupiter. I know you were, from my understanding, that you were a person of a spiritual inclination. How you feel about how you feel about what I just read and about the intentions behind marking this day as a day of Thanksgiving for the nation to have?
Whoa, hold on. Somebody's mic is going crazy. Who is that?
Yeah,
I know.
it's Pelu's.
Is mine?
Yeah, it keeps rubbing when you're talking on your clothing or something.
I
Um,
don't know what I'm making me do it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but
yeah, it just seems to me that that they believe that it was God that delivered them, really, and that they finally came to deliverance, and that they've come to an amicable situation. It's quite sad though if they went to war, but they're probably just glad that they got peace at last. I would imagine.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, so by reading this intention, so do you think there was good intentions behind marking the day of Thanksgiving for us to all have is good intention? So because our issue is, should we still celebrate it? I'm saying that we have all these myths around it about we have all these stories and legends around it, but if we look at why it was actually implemented, was there really good intentions behind it, and is it something that we should just, maybe we should give up these stories about the peaceful, beautiful way the natives and the settlers came about, and let's focus on what it was really about, but also remember the true history of the natives and put it all together? Is that better, or what should we do about it? Because is it really a good intention? Like, so that's our question. So how do you see it, Jupiter?
Well, I suppose there's two perspectives, isn't there? If you look at this being from the European perspective, then why not carry it on? Because what they're saying is they're giving thanks to their God, and they believe it's their God that's led them to that position. And they're thankful. They're thankful that they've survived. They're thankful that there's finally peace. And it's to them, it's a reminder of the fact that there is now peace, and that they should be mindful of it. If you're a native, I suppose you would look at it like, well, it might not be the natives' God. Let me just put it that way. So you might not want to celebrate because they're saying the undefiled God and things like that. So for the Europeans, I can't see why they wouldn't want to keep celebrating it.
Okay. Anybody else have to piggyback on what Jupiter's saying? Okay. Nobody else want to come on Jupiter? Okay. Hey,
Yeah, I mean, I think the initial narrative needs to change. I mean, like, should we stop celebrating it? Maybe not. Like, whatever, go ahead and celebrate it. But I think what they teach kids in school about it, like, should change, because nothing they teach you in school is true, like, or really the whole entire story. Nor does it. They don't teach you what Mr. Pelu's saying about it either.
Well, I want to ask,
So
does anybody really have that good of a long-term memory to actually look back and remember if they actually taught us anything? Because if I remember, like when I was in elementary, they used to do things like we used to give each other Indian names, and we used to wear feathers on our heads and stuff, and we used to, like,
yeah,
give honor to the
yeah.
natives and stuff. And I mean, they taught us a lot about the natives, but I don't necessarily think they want to teach us directly about Thanksgiving. Like
yeah,
what?
and no, I said the same thing. I said the same thing. And then anyway, things about that. I just want to say,
I
yeah, I
hear
said the
y'all
same
for
thing.
some reason. I don't know what the hell is going on.
All right. Anyway, popular.
Right.
I just want to say,
Well, I mean,
I second that,
I
popular.
don't ever
I
remember.
second that.
Yeah, I never remember anyone teaching us to honor the
I
natives.
understand.
Like, that was never anything that was taught. Like, I don't know. What's up, Wolf?
Mm.
But
You
But
good?
why? Can I ask why you would need to honour the natives? Why wouldn't you just be treating everyone equal? I mean, from that declaration, it's quite clear that what they're saying is that they want to make it a celebration that they've overcome, and that they believe that it was God that made them overcome, and that they finally found peace. It's a celebration of peace by the look of it.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, Jupiter, you're right, and that's why I brought it up, right? I think it is. See, and the thing Jen is saying is that I think the issue is we need to reteach it. We need to go back and see even these proclamations. A lot of people they don't teach these proclamations in school. And I think one of the issues is because I think we kind of slowly got into some level of over secularization a little bit, because like even anything that mentions God now is not. I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was still in school, we still said the Pledge of Allegiance with one nation under God, right? So we said that. We said that, right? In public school, right? But everything else, if it has God, that's one of the one times that in court. But
Yeah.
besides that, they kind of take God out of public things. You know what I'm trying to say? The only time that in America, yeah, don't get me wrong, we're not totally 100% secular, but there is a drive to, because even in court sometimes they don't always say in front of so help me God all the time. Like, 'cause sometimes they say you swear on pain of perjury, or not pain of perjury, on pain of perjury, something like that. Sometimes they don't say in the oaths now in Maryland. You know what I'm saying? I know they used to always say so help me God. I think some states still say so help me God, but I know the federal government when the president comes on, he still says so help me God. We still have when I was going in school, we still said the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God. So we had those things, but besides that, they kind of
They
like.
still
I mean,
say it. They still say it.
it is. Yep. So, but besides that, I think one of the main reasons they might not teach this part as hard as possible because I think they don't want to. I think sometimes they try to secularize American history more than it might have been originally. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause these people, and
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, these people were not all just super Christian in one religion. They had different ideologies back then. They had Enlightenment, they had deism. They had Unitarians, they had Freemasons, they had different ideologies, but in those days, like even with those different ideologies, there wasn't really like atheism. Pure atheism wasn't strong. Like I think even with the different ideologies of the Enlightenment, people still had a sense that even though we might not necessarily agree to the same theology and the same religion, or even the authority of revealed religion, I think in those days, most of the founding fathers and all the people involved at least believed there was some type of providence. But nowadays we're so over secularized that even notions of providence are swept under the rug in our history, and these important things that are part of our history that we even celebrate to this day are not taught fully because of the over secularization. And when you look at something like this, you see the proclamation. It was highly infused with some type of numinous Thanksgiving. Even the word Thanksgiving is to God. I mean, so I think the over secularization is why we're not learning it the right way, and why it's been more about the romantic story about the natives and the Indians. I mean about the natives and the settlers, and I think we should throw away that. Go back. I mean, learn about the true history of the settlers and the natives, but also learn about the hope and promise that was in America. That even though we have wrongs and rights, even if you look at the Declaration, it talks about both the Thanksgiving and also humble penitence for the wrong. So in the nation, we have to accept both our wrongs and rights, and I think Thanksgiving can be a way of doing that if we learn it correctly and better, and reform our education on this issue. Thank you.
That was a long-winded
Well,
answer.
I want to I mean, if I'm not cutting anybody off, um, I want to say something short and sweet. I feel like when you look at these Europeans and where they come from, well, the background that they come from, I think a lot of us don't pay attention to the calligraphy. And I use that word because that's the specific word I want to use. We don't pay attention to um how how skilled they are with their calligraphy. Like when you think about constitutions, laws, and proclamations, and even how they took the doctrine after so many years of how long it's been out, and they've revised it over history and all this. Like, I don't think people understand how sentimental calligraphy is to society. Like, these people wrote this proclamation to basically say they tried to honor the natives. They tried to honor Thanksgiving. Like, even due to the events that happened, like I feel like I feel like over history there was things that happened that I feel like was against a man's will. Like like with them coming to this country, we never could have known what was the actuality of what was going down. We never could have, like, we could look at it like they just came over here, just took land, or they looked like they ran over here and they ran into complete opposition. like they had to defend themselves, and maybe like they had to fight back, like it, like, and that's why I feel like Thanksgiving is such a sentimental topic, because that's probably why they really don't try to, like, there's probably plenty of information out there that where there is that tells you about all the great battles that went down, all this and all that. And I'm pretty sure that the Europeans, they didn't want to go to the lengths of what they had to go to get their point across, because they was trying to rebuild in this country. So I feel like they tried to do a lot of delegating with the natives. But you have to understand, when you're trying to talk to people from certain tribes, to speaking a certain type of language, talking to people that don't understand what you're saying, you don't understand what they're saying. And I'm pretty sure a lot of natives were, they sided with the Europeans, and they sat down, and that's what Thanksgiving was about. Because you have to think about it, like a lot of the, like some of these natives could have been savage, but I don't want to rule them out from being civilized, because at the end of the day they had to live also. So at this point in time, I'm looking at the natives like they were living in a civilized environment. And but there's something about the history of the genocide that gets put into it that's just like it's almost like this. It's a 3-point situation of what's going on. The giving of thanks, the genocide, the battles that went down, and all of that history that had to go ahead and just, that time just had to go through, and they had to get to the point of just saying, okay, this is what we're gonna do for America. This is
Well, the actual Thanksgiving, if you read the proclamation, what they're actually and the wording, they're actually telling you that there was battles for a whole year beforehand,
right,
and that they're actually thankful that those battles have ended. So if you're going to have natives that are talking about their mourning, they shouldn't have it shouldn't be on the Thanksgiving day. It should be before then. Because what that proclamation is actually a thanks. If you listen to the wording, what they're saying is that they're thankful that there's now peace. There was other people that were, I can't remember the actual words they used, but they said the people that tried to come between them and the dividers. So there's something sort of like mystical and almost religious in their thought, that the way that they're thinking, that there was people that didn't want to see people come together, and this is a sign of unity. So if you're going to have a day of mourning, it shouldn't be on the same day, because this is specifically for the fact that it's ended. This is specifically for the fact that they've brought unity. This is specifically for the fact that all the battles that went before for the whole year have stopped. And that they see somehow that it was all down to their belief in their gods. These people that wrote this obviously went through a really lot of tribulation and suffering.
right.
Hey, so hey, good points, everybody. That's good. That's good. That's good, man. So much. I mean, hey, and there's more to it. Okay, unpopular, unpopular. Go to the same part, right? And then in that same part, go to let's go let's go to what George Washington, the founding president, the first president of America. Let's see the one George Washington gave, because we're going through the history of the proclamations. Let's see what George Washington said from his own pen, or from his office. Let's see what George Washington says. Okay, so go down to parts that on September 24th. Are you there? Because I can't see you what you're doing now. Because I'm on the my other joint. Let me see. Yeah, go back. Yeah, go back to the history. No, go to no, go to where you left off. Okay, go to the proclamations in the early, no, proclamations, no, go to proclamations in the early probably, yeah, go there. Now go down, and go to, yeah, on Thursday. Okay, okay, so hey, read along with me, because I'm not gonna be I'm gonna go back to where I'm at, and I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it. So, but just follow along with me on Popular. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it so much. Okay, on Thursday, September 24th, 17 seven 1789, the first House of Representatives voted to recommend the First Amendment of the newly drafted Constitution to the United States for ratification. The next day, Congressman Elias Boudinot from New Jersey proposed that the House and Senate jointly request of President Washington to proclaim a day of Thanksgiving for the manifold signal blessings, for the manifold signal favors of Almighty God. Boutino said, could said he could not think of letting the session pass over without offering an opportunity to all the citizens of the United States of joining with one voice in returning to Almighty God their sincere thanks for the many blessings He had poured down upon them. As president on October 3rd, 1789, George Washington made the following proclamation and created the first Thanksgiving Day designated by the national government of the United States of America. You know, the first government was the Articles of Confederation. So this is I think this is when the Constitution changed to the current U.S. Constitution. So this is the first one from the current U.S. Constitution that we have right now, right? From this Second Republic, because it's two different republics. So they had the Articles of Confederation and the U.S. Constitution. So now this is what this is from George Washington, right? Whereas it is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey His will, to be grateful for His benefits, and humbly to implore His protection and favor. And whereas both houses of Congress have, by their joint committee, requested me to recommend to the people of the United States a day of public thanksgiving and prayer to be observed by acknowledging with grateful hearts the many signal favors of Almighty God, especially by affording them an opportunity peaceably, right? An opportunity peaceably to establish a form of government for their safety and happiness. Now, therefore, I do recommend and assign Thursday, the 26th day of November, next, to be devoted by the people of these states to the service of that great and glorious being who is the beneficent author of all the good that was, that is, or that will be, that we may then all unite in rendering unto him our sincere and humble thanks for his kind care and protection of the people of this country previous to their becoming a nation, for the signal manifold mercies and the favorable interpositions of his providence, which we experienced in the course and conclusion of the late war, for the great degree of tranquility, union, and plenty, which we have since enjoyed, for the peaceable and rational manner in which we have been enabled to establish constitutions of government for our safety and happiness, and particularly the national one now lately instituted. I tell you, this is the constitutional period. For the one now lately instituted, for the civil and religious liberty. Again, for the civil and religious liberty which we are blessed. I think that's so important. As America as being a country with civil liberties, we need a holiday that represents all the religions and all the faiths and all the civil things that we have. So religious liberty is a big part of it. So I think that's a strong thing in Thanksgiving. So anyway, let me finish reading. I'm sorry. For the civil and religious liberties which we are blessed, and the means we have of acquiring and diffusing useful knowledge. Again, even what we're doing right now. It's what we're doing right now. We're acquiring useful knowledge and learning, and that's good that we have a modern knowledge that we learn from each other from around the world. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's just so much good in their thinking. I think there's so much good in their thinking when they thought about doing this. That's why I mean, so anyway, and the means we have of acquiring and diffusing useful knowledge, and in general for all the great and various favors which he had been pleased to confer upon us, and also that we may then unite in most humbly offering our prayers and supplication to the great Lord and ruler of nations, and beseech him to pardon our national and other transgressions. So there was always a humility factor in it too. And I think we could interpret these things even in the modern light, as we could still be humble against the things that happen to natives and the things that happens against blacks and everybody else. We could still, I mean, I think that's all part of Thanksgiving. It all makes Thanksgiving special anyway. Okay, to be the ruler of nations, and beseech him to pardon our national and other transgressions, to enable us all, whether in public or private stations, to perform our several and relative duties properly and punctually, to render our national government a blessing to all the people. So it's for the people, by the people, is in by being efficient. So it's like for the people, by the people. So to render our national um government a blessing to all the people by constantly being a government of wise, just, and constitutional laws, discreetly and faithfully executed and obeyed, to protect and guide all sovereigns and nations, especially such as have known kindness unto us, and to bless them with good government, peace, and concord, to promote the knowledge and practice of true religion and virtue, and to increase and the increase of science, and the increase of science amongst them and us, and generally to grant unto all mankind such a degree of temporal prosperity as he alone knows the best, as he alone knows to be best, given under my hand at the city of New York in the third day of October in the year of our Lord 1789. So everybody heard that? This is from George Washington is his hand when they gave Thanksgiving. So
This is what I'm
how do
saying
people
though.
how you people feel about that?
Um, well, hold on. That's what I was just saying, Pelu. Like when you look at the calligraphy behind it, like it's very honorable, and like I feel like this day is a remembrance of everything great that this country stands for. That's why this day has been standing tall for so long. Like, and I feel like, you know, it's it's a great thing. Like, I think like Thanksgiving is more solidified as like historically than it is in a modern sense, like how we just celebrate. Like it's kind of like Memorial's Day, President's Day, where when they come, we really don't really notice, like they come and they go, but these days mean so much to history. So I mean, like it's beautiful, man. Like, and I don't think we should take away from it. It's a beautiful thing. It means so much to our country. It means so much to these people. And I mean, I think that's really all I have to say in conclusion.
I would say, considering that there was slavery and all of the injustices that happened in your country, that the people that wrote this were probably more honourable than the people that followed behind them. These people obviously went through a great time of darkness, that they were so relieved that they actually wanted everything to sort of like go forward smoothly. That writing it is beautiful, if only they stuck to it. But they didn't, did they?
Hey,
I
we're gonna get
mean,
into that. We're gonna get into that because it evolves. See, these proclamations evolve all the way to Abraham Lincoln and the Civil War, and there's so much history that we don't know, and there's so much behind it that is too. I want to show this side because I think this side is underrepresented. You know what I'm saying? I think this side is
But
underrepresented in
Let
modern
me
times.
ask you a question. Why do people want to get rid of this declaration?
And a lot of people know about the Declaration. It's the holiday itself because we've associated the holiday with the pilgrims. I mean, we've associated the holiday too much with the lore that got attached to the holiday. You know what I'm trying to say? It evolved from National Day Thanksgiving, but it's a lot of events that we've associated with the holiday that might not be historically savory. Where we try to okay, people are saying that we're brushing over the brutality that befell the Native Americans,
You
or the
do,
loss that befell.
okay,
Wait,
you
wait, hold
do
on, hold on, wait,
realise.
hold on, quick. I just want to finish the thought, and I'm gonna let you go, Jen. I just want to finish. I mean, Jen. I mean, Jupiter. I just want to finish the whole thought. Okay, because people are saying that we, for lack of a better words, whitewash the misfortune of the condition. I mean, I know misfortune might even be an understatement. The misfortune of the condition that befell Native Americans by having this rosy picture of Thanksgiving, and they've associated the holiday more with the lore than with the actual proclamations and intentions in writing and proclaimed behind the actual establishment of the holiday. Yes, that's the reason, Jupiter. So go on.
Wow. Do you ever give a short answer, Pelu? So this what I want to say is that I don't think people realize this is a covenant. When you actually listen to the wording of this, if you break this, if you're somebody that has a real belief in good and evil, if you really are spiritual, it could actually bring bad luck on the country. It's not actually something that you should actually be doing. This is a binding. If you listen to the words, it's a binding. It's a binding of the people, a unification, a proclamation of peace, a proclamation of a testament and a covenant between people that that's the way they're going to go forward and what they want for their peoples and for their country. It's also a prayer. It's also a request to God. It's all wrapped up in it.
Jupiter, I want to reply to that. See, I feel like when you say that it's binding, I understand what you're saying, but in that time, they couldn't really produce that many copies of this said declaration. So I feel like, and like you were saying just a few minutes ago, you were saying like you don't see people, still like standing behind this to this day. Now I feel like this is something that they could bring back and not necessarily revise it, but if you could actually incorporate this proclamation into society, like that would change, that would psychologically change a lot of people's thinking. That's why I say they incorporate, like they like you got, this was so long ago. So when you think about all the time that passed and all these new presidents that came along, they don't really look back to times of history like this and try to actually profit off of those times. Because let's say if you was going to a job interview, or you was going like you're like, well, let's say if you was finna get a new job, or you was going into a new profession, or you was going into a new level of schooling. You going from one grade to the next, not necessarily the lower grades of elementary, but maybe from middle school to high school. What if they make, this might sound kind of far-fetched, but what if they made you sign a proclamation? Like, what if they incorporated that into our school systems, into our society, into a way? Because if you think about it, this is something that the people, they need to understand, that this is something that you have to live by. You are kind of underneath this code. So if they incorporated this declaration into society, I feel it would benefit people much more. And that's what this was necessarily for. It was an indoctrination for society, but they didn't have the means of producing it at a high level to where they can get it to the people, so everybody can be like, well, this is almost like law. So with that being said, I would say that it's not necessarily, it's non-binding, but it could have been very binding if they would, like, if people nowadays would take this information or this declaration and actually incorporate it into society. It, like, I don't know, it can help out a lot. That's what I'm gonna say in conclusion. It can help out a lot.
Well, when I read it, it's actually much more than that for me. What this is a spiritual incantation. So what they're actually doing is using harnessing the power of positivity. When they say that they're going to bring God in goodness in only the way that I forgot the wording where it was, but where they said that to live in a good way and bring goodness. That's what they were harnessing positive energy. It's actually got esoteric overtones to it. This is a spiritual binding. It's a covenant. It's not just a declaration. You have to understand the wording and what it's actually saying. This is almost like when you
Whose
do.
is this? George Washington's or Lincoln's?
George Washington, yep, just George Washington. This ain't even Lincoln. We're not even Lincoln's yet. We haven't got the Lincoln Declaration yet. We're still in George Washington. Because it's more, because look, because Jupiter, this Thanksgiving is like an evolving proclamation, right? We evolved it, like so it's almost like it's basically an evolving prayer of America, and the final one that we have, that the marks the Thanksgiving we observe, was actually done by Abraham Lincoln. He made the final proclamation that has the regular one that we have today. He created it during the abolition of slavery, so it's an evolving prayer. It's part to me. Thanksgiving is such it's
Yeah,
so tied
it's
to the
definitely a
Constitution.
prayer. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
it's almost like an invocation.
no, it definitely is, and I think that's what we should focus on about it more than, and I think we should if we keep this part right, the invocation right, and we change the part about the Native American settlers, and we tell the honest history, and make it about celebrating Native. Because look, a lot of people don't know that November is actually Native American History Month, and if we have time, we'll get into that. But that's one thing, and a lot of people don't know that. But if we change the holiday around, and I think we could do justice to all sides of American culture if we learn it correctly and make this holiday something beneficial to all people, because it is beneficial in its inception and its proclamation, but it's like we've lost sight of that, and a lot of other things have gotten into how we think of this. That's causing us to even have this conversation whether we should denounce it, or keep it. You know what I'm saying? And I think we need to understand it better for what it is, and it's something as a great thing. And it's a part of the American culture, because unfortunately the country is soul searching in America right now, and this is part of the soul searching. We're examining everything, we're questioning everything, because a lot of things have gotten swept under the rug. A lot of things have been covered with over secularization, with this, that, and the third, different movements on both sides. Don't get me wrong, on all sides. It's so much things confusing us right now, and we gotta go back to original sources and take fresh looks sometimes. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're trying to do with this special today. Is trying our best way to take a fresh look at what Thanksgiving was, and what it is, and what it can be for the future of the nation, and not only America, of what good we could project our observance of giving thanks to our Creator and the blessings we have, how that trickles to all humanity. Because this is our way of doing this, but it's something even larger that affects all humanity, and that's their thanksgiving to the blessing they have, just by being alive and being creatures and being humans. You know.
What I'm saying that this is doctrination, man. Like I'm saying that this should have been incorporated into society. Like I understand what you're saying, that it sounds like a prayer, but like I'm looking at it like the way that it was written, like it's almost like I like it's almost like the declaration of it, like it's almost like it sounds like law. Like they're trying to say like this is this is how we should render ourselves unto God. And like I feel like it's kind of like with your national anthem,
Mhm.
like or it's kind of like with your pledge allegiance to the flag. Like like
Yeah.
they should have incorporated this into America. Like this could have helped people. Like this could have stopped a lot of the violence that we have going on. This could have stopped a
This
lot of
this
things.
But
is
But
unpopular.
it's
Unpopular.
more than that. It's actually holy. It's that these words are holy.
that's
Unpopular,
I know that,
and
and that's
Jupiter,
why I'm
and
saying
Jupiter. But
that's
that's
why
the
I'm
point right
saying it
now.
could have helped.
Unpopular.
That's why
Unpopular.
I'm
So I'm
saying
saying
it
right
could have
now.
helped.
Unpopular, but it can still help right now. Can it still not help? Is it over? Like we still have Thanksgiving. We still have these proclamations in our history. If we want to look at the history, if we want to educate ourselves, we can still do that. So is it our job as people who discover these things and learn these things to spread the truth about these things, or as a society, like how much is the government, how much society? Shouldn't we be like, for example, even our proclamation from George Washington? He said for for our acquisition of knowledge and science. You know what I'm trying to say? He's like he wanted us to be. Look at this. Look, watch this. Watch this. I'm going back to the Washington, right? He said what? He said what? And particularly the national one now lately instituted for the civil and religious liberty with which we are blessed, and what? And the means we have of acquiring and diffusing useful knowledge, and in general for all the great and various favors which he have pleased to confer upon us. So what he said, and the means we have of acquiring and diffusing useful knowledge. Like when have we in history had the ability to acquire and diffuse more useful knowledge than we have today? Look at us. I'm in DC. I'm right outside of DC, Maryland. The Connecticut, what's Jen's in Connecticut. You're in the South. Jupiter is in England somewhere. Whoop is on Miami. But we're diffusing information, right? We're diffusing useful knowledge. So this prayer is being answered right now. So it's not over. Unpopular. It's still, the prayer is still there. The nation is still there. Thanksgiving is still there. We're having it this Thursday.
Right.
You know, and I want to keep going. I want to keep going because I want to get into this lady, right? I'm gonna read a little bit about this lady. I'll go down to where it says like in 1849, Sarah Joseph Hale, because she's a very important lady. And when I was researching this topic to do this episode, I was fascinated by her story. And she's a great lady that people need to know about that's not even known about, and she's heavily behind Thanksgiving. Okay, so let me see where you at because I can't see you. Okay. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. Okay. In 1846, Sarah Joseph Hale began a campaign to make Thanksgiving a national holiday to be held on the last Thursday in November. She wrote to presidents, members of Congress, and every governor of every state and territory for the next 17 years to promote the idea, as well as popularizing it in her books and editorials. Hale hoped that Thanksgiving, as a national holiday, would foster the moral and social reunion of Americans. She also proposed that churches mark the holiday by collecting funds for the purchasing of slaves and their education and repatriation back to Africa. And this is one of the reasons why I still celebrate in Liberia. That's the funny thing about it. But if we get time, I'll get to that later. The Liberian celebration of Thanksgiving, because it's from the same reason to celebrate in America, because of the blacks went back to Africa over there, right? But by 1860, proclamations appointing a day of Thanksgiving were issued by the governors of 30 states and 3 territories, right? Um, um, let's keep going down to okay, Lincoln and Civil War. I'm gonna go down to the so this is Lincoln. We don't know about Lincoln in it, and then we'll go back to Sarah Hale again. But let's talk about Lincoln in this, right? In the middle of the American Civil War, the American Civil War was North and South slavery, right? President Abraham Lincoln, prompted by a series of editorials written by Sarah Joseph Hale, proclaimed a national Thanksgiving Day to be celebrated on the 26th, the final Thursday of November in 1863. The document, written by Secretary of State William H. Seward, reads as follows. So this is from the Lincoln administration, right? The Secretary of State from the Lincoln administration, right? The year that is drawing towards its close has been filled with the blessings of fruitful fields and healthful skies. To these bounties, which are so constantly enjoyed that we are prone to forget the source from which they come, others have been added, which are so extraordinary, which are of so extraordinary nature that they cannot fail to penetrate and soften even the heart which is habitually insensible to the ever watchful providence of Almighty God. In the midst of a civil war of unequal magnitude and severity, which has sometimes seemed to foreign states, to invite and to provoke their aggression, peace has been preserved with all nations. The order has been maintained, the laws have been respected and obeyed, and harmony has prevailed everywhere except in the theater of military conflict. So they're trying to say that nobody else came and invaded or trying to take advantage of the war they were having, right? While that theater has been greatly contracted by the advancing armies and navies of the Union, and for the success of the Union, so Unions win the war, right? So this is the Lincoln administration. Needful diversions of wealth and of strength from the fields of peaceful industry to the national defense have not arrested the plow, the shuttle, or the ship, and the axe had enlarged the borders of our settlements and the mines, as well of iron and coal as of the precious metals. Hold on for a second. And of the precious metals have yielded even more abundantly than heretofore. So everything's going good. It's still getting the resources needed to fight the war. The population has steadily increased, notwithstanding the waste that has been made in the camp. the siege and the battlefield. So unfortunately, people are dying in the war still, but people are still, the nation still prospering even in the war. And the country rejoicing in the consciousness of augmented strength and vigor is permitted to expect continuance of years with large increase of freedom. So this is in the Civil War for slavery, right? We're talking about the large increases of nations. So is the prayer is like a growing prayer, like a growing prayer still happening, right? No human counsel hath devised, nor have any mortal hand worked out these great things. They are the gracious gifts of the highest God, who, while dealing with us in anger for our sins, again, right? And what while dealing with us in anger for our sins, so they realized this war was like a sin. They were sinning in slavery, and the losses they're feeling in this war is because of the national sin of slavery, and they're acknowledging the things, and the sin could even be brought even back to the Native Americans too. We can add everybody into the good, bad, and ugly of America, because and we deal with a country, you gotta deal with the good, bad, and ugly. But let me get back to the reading because I'm digressing, right? They are the gracious gifts of the highest God, who, while dealing with us in anger for our sins, have nevertheless remembered mercy. It has seemed to me fit and proper that they should be solemnly, reverently, and gratefully acknowledged as with one heart and voice by the whole American people. I do, therefore, invite my fellow citizens in every part of the United States, and also those who are at sea and those who are sojourning in foreign lands, to set apart and observe the last Thursday of November next as a day of thanksgiving and prayers to the beneficent Father who dwelleth in the heavens. And I recommend to them that while offering up the the ascriptions justly due to him for such singular deliverances and blessings, they do also with humble penitence for our national perverseness. Again, for what? Our national perverseness and disobedience. And of course, what's the error? Civil War, slavery, right? Commend to his tender care all those who have become widows, orphans, mourners, or sufferers in in the lamentable civil strife in which we are unavoidably engaged, and fervently implore the interposition of the Almighty hand to heal the wounds of the nation and to restore it as soon as may be consistent with the divine purposes to the full enjoyment of peace, harmony, tranquility, and union. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed, done in the city of Washington, where I live at, in the city of Washington, this third day of October, in the year of our Lord, 1863, and of the independence of the United States, 88. Proclamation of President Abraham Lincoln, October 3rd, 1863. Since 1863, Thanksgiving has been observed annually in the United States. The holiday superseded Evacuation Day, a de facto national holiday that had been held on November 25th each year prior to the Civil War and commemorated the British withdrawal from the United States after the Revolution, American Revolution. So, but anyway, the Lincoln one was the final declaration that made it a national holiday every single day, and it was during slavery, and he actually asked for forgiveness for the sins, and no, and I would have to assume the sins of the nation that he was particularly talking about time of slavery, but I think it's bigger than as a prayer, and we could even include the Native Americans in the prayer too, everybody in the prayer for both the sins of the nation and for the blessings that we still have as a nation, as being America. We live in the most powerful nation in the world, and it's something behind it, and we've been blessed, and this is a prayer for that blessing, and the intentions behind it speak to it, and I'm reading the definitive declarations behind it being made official. What does anybody else have to say about this last proclamation that made the final proclamation of American Thanksgiving? What does anybody else have to say? What does everybody have to say about that?
Um, don't like it, and I don't like that lady.
Who, Haley? Hale? You don't like Haley?
No, I think she must have been a racist. Why couldn't she give freedom to those people in their own lands where they were born? Why did
I
they have to be?
mean,
Why did she? Why did she have to say, "Oh, we're going to collect money for the church to repatriate"? Why? Why have they got to be sent off the land?
I mean, unfortunately, that was the idea. A lot of people wanted the blacks to go back to Africa. Look, I'm a
Yeah,
senator
so
too.
there was an agenda behind it. This is evil. This last bit is evil.
But no, but that's her part. That's her part, right? But Thanksgiving was before her too. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
look, okay, okay. That's a
And
good
then
set.
you've got Lincoln who comes along and takes away all the covenant, all of the prayer, all of the humility, all of the unity, all of the suffering in all of the meaningful words, and puts a blank piece of paper like that.
How was Lincoln so bad? How was
His
his
words are
declaration?
bad. His words are not. You cannot place his words next to the first the first piece of the declaration that you showed me, and say
Oh no.
they're equatable. They're no way near equatable.
Oh man. Hey. Okay. 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 I never thought about it that. Okay. I hear your point. I mean, okay. So what's wrong? Okay. Cite the Lincoln parts that you think are wrong. Go back on Papa and
Well,
and
I just think the first declaration that you read out was much more meaningful. You could feel the weight of the sorrow. You could feel the weight of the regret. You could feel the weight of the aspirations, the motivations. You know, the unity, the peace, the gratefulness, the the way that they were looking forward to the future, the way that they were regretful of the past, the way that they were thankful. And that's why it's called Thanksgiving Day. They were so thankful. You could feel through the words that the people had gone through great suffering, didn't want to go through it again, wanted everyone to unite, wanted peace, and are almost in awe of the fact that they actually survived. And then you come much later on, and all you get is standard rhetoric.
okay. Okay. I mean,
You can actually tell with the first declaration. You can tell that there is a spirituality towards it. You can feel the invocation. You can feel the meaningfulness, the power of the words. You can tell that there's actually that is very spiritual. That actually the words that they mean it not just as an utterance or a law or something to follow, but something that they actually totally wholeheartedly want to bring in to what's the word? What's the word when you bring something forth? Where you
manifest destiny.
manifest, yeah. It was a real true manifestation that they could see in their own heads, that they wanted. They could you can actually visualize these people and imagine what they must have gone through to have made them say something in such a beautiful manner. Then you come down the line and you've got this president who wants to wipe away all of the covenant, by the way.
Okay,
And
how do you write down the covenant? Isn't it still referring to the providence in this covenant in this one? Isn't it still referring to providence?
it's not in the same sort of gravity, is it? The words are not words are not as heavy, as meaningful, as powerful. The language is not the same. The language is not invoking. It's not an invocation. The
Okay,
words are not really that spiritual. The words are not that heartfelt.
okay. I mean, it was
And
them.
more
Mhm.
importantly, they're not the original words.
I mean, because the holiday evolved. It evolved. You know,
I don't think it's evolved. I think it became devalued.
mm, okay. Okay. That's interesting. Okay,
It became
And
what
it's no
all the
wonder to
other
me that
American
you've now got
holidays have become. It become a sales pitch holiday for people to buy stuff, and let's buy the most expensive cuts of meat, and let's buy this, and let's buy this, and all this special shit, so we could do all this stuff, and then let's freaking watch football, and you know what I'm saying? Buy beers to drink football, have your football party,
yeah.
and it's just like it's become bullshit. But the thing is like I've never known about these proclamations. They don't teach these proclamations in school. So to the average American person who has never looked this up, this is this is Thanksgiving has to do with the Pilgrims and the Indians, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like none of this is common knowledge at
Yeah.
all.
I think it's a shame, Jen, because what they've done, it's like, how can I explain it? It's like they've taken an oil painting and given you a print, and by
Hmm.
giving you the print, the powerfulness of the oil painting is lost.
Yeah, yeah.
So they've given you new words, and it's no surprise to me then that it's broken down, because that first set of words was actually very spiritual. It was an
Mm,
actual prayer. It was something that they wanted to manifest into the future. It was an invocation.
mhm.
It was, you could feel it. You could feel the power of it. When they come along and they change it, like they do whenever we get people and leaders who decide that they're going to take away people's rights, they do it on the sneak. They reword things. They take the powerful words out. That's kind of what this president's done. It's
Mm.
made it a wishy-washy statement rather than something that was powerful and meant something. Something that made you feel obliged, made you feel part of something big. It's sad, really. I mean, if they're going to teach anything, they should teach the first one.
Well, now I'm reading Thomas Jefferson actually opposed these government proclamations of
Oh, because no, because
Thanksgiving.
he was a deist. He was less religious. That's why they said he said he was less religious than some of the other
Well,
founding fathers.
he was against it because he believed in the separation of church and state, and by making these
Yeah.
religious proclamations and days of fasting and thanks to God and whatnot is going against everything that they came there for by trying to get away from the Church of England basically.
No, but
And
but look, no, but I'm gonna push back. The reason I'm gonna push
No,
back.
but
I'm
I
gonna go.
thought freedom of religion was your first.
Yeah, because I'm gonna push back. That's why I'm gonna push back on her a little bit, Miss Jupiter, because I want to go back to the one that
I always see America as a very spiritual country because it says as long as you can believe in any way you want. But
Hey, look.
can I just make this statement though?
Okay,
To
yeah,
me,
yeah.
Jen, right?
mm,
When I hear these these things so far, right? I see the
mhm,
first one. I keep saying it. I see the first one as an invocation, right? It is
mhm,
definitely something that almost like a spell. Let me put it that way. The first one's almost like a binding covenant that's been blessed by God. It's a spell, and by them rewriting it, Lincoln doing this, he broke it. And it's no surprise to me that the nation slowly went downhill because of it, because he broke the wording and the power of the words in the first one.
mm.
Man, okay. I want to get back to
Okay.
the thing because we have in the one you read and the one you like. I'm trying to find where it said. 'Cause I remember it said something about religious liberty. Where did it say about religious liberty establishment in particular?
Yeah, the
Oh,
second
okay,
one
okay,
that
okay.
you read, the first and the second were brilliant. This one, what Lincoln's done, is
The
shit.
third. Okay, this is the second one. This is the second one.
Sorry.
Hey, this is George. Hey, this is George Washington.
It's
This
a
is the
bit
George
like
Washington
in
one.
England when we had the Magna Carta, and now they're coming along with common purpose and they've wiped it all away.
Oh
Mhm.
man.
You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying, Jen? They've took the power
Mm.
of what was your God-given right, what was your birthright, what was your inheritance. They've taken
Okay.
it
Look.
away, and they've
Okay.
given you some. It's almost
One
like
sec, Mr.
it's
Pelu.
almost like taking your gold and giving you the fake paper money that they gave you. It's a con.
It takes the value away, like the purpose behind it.
Yeah, they devalued it.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's if you look at that, everything has been devalued here.
Yep.
You
Wait,
know?
Pelu,
Yeah.
was that the Emancipation Proclamation?
No, it was a proclamation of Thanksgiving. Done. It was done by Abraham Lincoln. It was actually drafted by a Secretary of State, but it was under his administration that it was the final declaration that the final proclamation of Thanksgiving that set the holiday we have today. That was the final, but it was two preceding proclamations that evolved into the last final one was the one we have today.
Oh,
So
okay.
that was.
Well, I never heard of this one. I never heard of him. I never heard of this one before either. So
Yeah, I
And I
mean, a
don't
lot of
See,
people
that's
haven't
what
heard.
I'm saying. They
it,
don't teach us none of these in school.
it sounded good. Look, I don't know what was wrong with it personally, but it sounded good to me. I don't
To me, it
know.
sounded good too. But Jupiter don't like it. Jupiter don't like it. But to me, it sounded all right. I don't see why she's having that opinion. But it's her opinion. It's her view, and I'm glad she came and spoke about it. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate her talking because
Mm.
I kind of see what you say. I don't think this is bad. I mean, okay. The reason is because I think the last one doesn't negate the first and second one. What I'm trying to say is that they all build upon each other. Okay, even if the first ones were more, the first second ones were more numinous. I think they all kind of work together for their own purposes. Like I don't think one cancels out the other one. It's an evolving thing, and I think we could always go back
But
and
I'm
learn
not
from.
so sure because I always thought that Lincoln was meant to be the president that was for equality. But actually, what you could see to me that when you've seen all the identity politics that's gone on recently, if what that woman was writing swayed him in any way, shape, or form,
Yeah, she lobbied him to make it a national
as then
holiday.
basically he was a covert racist. She made it look like she was doing good. Oh, look, yeah, let's collect money, let's free the slaves, but they've got to get out of the country.
Well, okay. Let's be fair now. Okay, I want to push back on that, right? Let me push. This
And
is what I want to push back.
that's what ethno nationalism is today. It's a
I know, but
sneaky
let me push
way.
back.
It's a sneaky way of saying I don't really like living amongst the blacks, so let's make out that we're being nice to them. Let's just get them all out of the country.
I hear what you're saying. Right?
Mm.
And it
But let's have
removes their
that.
birthright because those children that were born on the land have a right to be there.
You're right, right? But I want this is my pushback, right? My pushback, right? We live in 2021 right now, right? So a lot of things we're saying are from hindsight, right? Now, if we go back to those times, right? I'm talking about the mid. Whose phone is that? Because somebody be careful with this. Because I just heard about somebody's background is making a lot of noise. I just want to be able to people hear. Anyway, thanks a lot for putting it down. If we live in 2021 now, if we're living in the 1860s, right? You have a world that's still having slavery, brutal, back-breaking slavery. Hey, is that my mic doing that? I don't. Okay, anyway, and we have a world right now that's living in brutal slavery, right? We have plantations, people getting beat. You know what I'm saying? And we have people that don't like people because they're black. Of course, they don't like it, right? Now we have people who are abolitionists like Sarah Haley, Abraham Lincoln, right? They're actually advocating for the freedom of slaves. I'm not saying they like black folks or think black folks equal to whites, but they actually thinking that holding people in bondage is immoral. Now, taking the two sides in the grand scheme of things, taking account their time period and how brutal life was, were they that bad? For yes, I'm not saying they weren't racist in any form or fashion, but were they that bad than the people who were so racist they wanted to keep blacks in bondage in perpetuity, and the blacks were inherently inferior and that was the place? Like, were they worse than the Confederates? Because look who they were against. You talking about them, but look who they were actually fighting against. They're fighting against the Confederates who wanted to keep the slaves slaves. So what? I mean, I'm not saying Lincoln and his people and his crew
Yeah,
of
no, I
and his
agree
type
with
people
you. I
were
understand what you're saying there. I'm not disputing that fact. But what I'm saying is that really, okay, you're saying how bad it was to be in slavery, right? But at least under slavery, because it was an investment to have slaves, and just bear with me, please don't take offense, because it was an investment to have slaves, because you want to make sure that you get your cotton, let's say, if you've got a cotton plantation, yeah, you want to make sure that your production's good. It's in your best interest to make sure that your slaves are fed, that they've got a roof over their head, that they get good sleep, and that they're in good health, because you need them to be to have full strength. Right. Now, you come about and you say, okay, I don't agree with the fact that they haven't got their freedom. We can all agree that's right. Nobody should be in bondage. So they free them from bondage and they say, right, but you've got to go back to an underdeveloped country where there's tribal wars, where you might get caught and resold and make the journey all the way back and be put back
it
in
happened
bondage.
to my family. My family did it. My family did
Well,
it.
they're not really giving them anything, are they?
What you mean?
They're
They're
not
not
really
giving
giving
them
them
anything.
anything.
They're giving them an opportunity to live a free life.
They're giving them an opportunity to have a free life, but without anything, when really what they should have been doing was releasing them and allowing them to have a free life on the land they were born.
But they didn't do that because okay, even after the
No, they
Emancipation
didn't do
Proclamation.
that because
No,
they were prejudiced
wait.
cunts.
No, wait, Jupiter. Let me get some history. So for the sake of our program and the audience too, right? Even after the war, right? For a time period, they had the Union Army in the South, right? In Reconstruction, right? So the black people were able to get off the land. I mean, they're still on land. A lot of them were sharecroppers, but they're able to have freedom, have a vote. They even had people in Congress really early, right? But then once they moved the Union Army out of the South, we have what? Jim Crow. We have
Yeah, no, I'm
abuses.
not talking about what actually happened. I'm talking about what that woman wanted.
It doesn't. But what I'm trying to say is that not everybody's perfect. I mean, but that I mean, but she pushed the abolitionist. It was a brutal world. I mean, what we gonna, are we going to judge everybody by modern standards? If somebody if somebody wasn't perfect, but if they did some right things to push the narrative or push human history better from abject slavery, I mean, should we just knock out all the benefit they did? If there was some imperfections in a world that was
I think that we
that was
should
way
always
more brutal
judge
than we live
by
in today.
intention. I think we should always judge by intention. Was her intention for the benefit of the slaves, or was it for the benefit of herself? And the intention, it appears to me, was that it was for the betterment of white people and not for the betterment of black people.
Hello, y'all.
Hmm.
What was the
Hello,
question? What was the question again?
hello, everybody there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let me put him in the back and bring him back in. Maybe.
That's just the way. That's just the way
Hello,
I'm looking at it.
hello.
I'm
Can you
not
hear me?
saying that I'm correct, by the way, because everybody
Can y'all
thinks
hear
they're
me?
correct. Yeah,
Yes, Pelu.
we can hear you.
Hey, what's wrong with the stream?
There's nothing wrong with the
Nothing.
stream.
You must be lagging out or something.
Hello,
Oh my goodness. Hold
where's
Hello.
on.
everybody going?
Can you not hear us?
Or just remove him and put him
Yeah.
back.
I do
Something
want to
must have
say at
Can you
this
happened.
guys?
point, that's only my opinion, though. I'm not telling
Can you
everybody else
guys
to have
hear
the
me?
same opinion as me.
Yeah.
Everybody
Okay.
Can you
seems to
hear us
think
now?
when I give an opinion that I'm trying to browbeat people into agreeing with me. No,
Hello,
that's just my opinion.
hello, hello.
Yeah, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Oh my goodness.
Yo, why is my mic so low? To be honest,
Oh,
he's calling me. Let me see.
tell him to leave the studio and come back. Just refresh his side. I only want to go for like another half hour anyway, because I got work tomorrow. So
Yeah, I can leave now if you want, Jen. If you want to close it now.
no,
It was nice
it's okay.
coming over here. So, what other things have you been talking about apart from this today? What other things have been going on? What have I missed in the other areas?
Honestly, I have been trying my hardest not to.
Get involved.
Yeah, man, for real. I can't do it.
It's all
So yeah,
exploded all over the place, isn't it? It's very messy
yeah,
at the moment.
it is. So I'm just, I'm trying to just sit back and do positive, constructive shows, and hopefully just keep it moving in this direction. So
Yeah. Hope the storm passes over.
yeah, just can you hear us now, Mr.
Yeah, I
Pelu?
can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
could
can
hear
I don't know
you,
what
hear
but
happened. Yeah, I don't know what
yeah,
happened.
everything
we don't know.
you just
I don't know
lagged
what
out or
happened.
something. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
just
know what
probably
happened.
just lagged out. Yeah, but yeah, I was saying I want to start wrapping it up because I gotta work tomorrow,
Yep. Yeah.
and
So
yeah, we've been going for 4 hours though. This was a good conversation.
yeah, it's about the regular. This is the regular time we did our more. Cause yeah, I expected to be from like 8 to 12. Cause the regular time we. That's the time we did our other series. It's about the same hours we did our other series.
Yep,
Yeah, I've
yep,
Yeah.
actually
yep.
enjoyed it. It's been quite enjoyable. 'Cause it's something different, and I've learned
Yeah.
something today.
No,
Oh,
but
thank
but
you.
Jupiter, but
That's
when me
good.
and Jen do shows together, our featured production, that's the way we try to do it. Like we have a philosophy of ethical humanitarian discourse. So we trying to do, we trying to be different. We trying to be a more
Mhm.
positive, have a more positive wave, and
Yeah.
have a non toxic intercourse or non-toxic discourse
Discourse,
going on.
discourse, not
Yeah,
intercourse.
discourse. I'm sorry, I've been discourse.
Pelu, your mind in the gutter, boy.
That's one of them pause. Pause.
Okay, okay. Before we go, then, okay. Do you want to do a quick reading of Sarah Jessica Haley? Just I'm gonna go to the Sarah Jessica. I said Sarah Jessica. I mean Sarah, whatever her name. What's her name? Sarah Joseph.
It's up to Jen. I think Jen's tired, but it's up to Jen.
No. I'm gonna read a small part about her, just because she's a woman. Okay, so let's give the woman behind us the credit. 'Cause a lot of people, nowadays, everybody likes to say, okay, if a woman did something, we should give the woman credit, right? So let's give the woman credit for Thanksgiving. Okay,
All
Hope
right,
a,
she's
yeah,
going to
go
be
through.
nicer than the last woman you talked of.
no, that's no. What's the last one I talked to?
Oh, she was
Uh,
the one that made Mary had a little lamb.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
Yeah, yep, yep.
hey, click on Sarah
oh my
Jessica
God! So
Biel.
she was racist as well. As well.
She was the one who petitioned Nick and all the governors. It was her.
I
Yeah, well,
heard
she's a
something
racist.
racist.
We've
I
already
heard something.
established that.
Yeah, I heard something.
That's
There
what
was
you
something
established.
racist
No,
about
you established
Mary
it.
had a
You
little
established it.
lamb.
You established that Jupiter. I didn't wholly agree with that. I didn't wholly agree with that. I didn't wholly
She
agree.
wanted to. She wanted to give freedom to people as long as they left the country.
That's one idea. I mean, that's your view. I'm
Okay.
gonna say this
All right. All
argument.
right. I am teasing. Go on. Go on. Let's
No, no,
listen.
no. Okay. I'm just gonna. Okay. Are you in the page unpopular? Because I can't see you. I can't see my thing right now. Are
Yeah,
you on Sarah? You on Sarah? Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Let me go back to mine. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna read a little bit about her. Sarah Josepha Bewley Haley was born October 24th, 1788, and she died on April 30th, 17. I'm sorry. 1879. Was an American writer, activist, and an influential editor. She was the author of the nursery rhyme "Mary Had a Little Lamb." So Mary Had a Little Lamb was from her. Haley famously campaigned for the creation of the American holiday known as Thanksgiving and for the completion of the Bunker Hill Monument. Now, let's go to So let me find activism for women. What should I read about her
So, what's
legacy?
the Bunker Hill Monument? What was that?
Okay, let's look at the Bunker Monument. Click on. The Bunker Hill was a battle. I know Bunker Hill was a battle from the American Revolution. It's a battle from the American Revolution in Bunker Hill of Boston. So I know Jen lives near the area. Okay, it's a battle. It's just a battle it's a battle of the
Yeah,
American
Battle of
Revolution.
Bunker Hill.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah.
get too
My
much into
American
that.
history is so bad. Yeah.
because I for the sake of time, I know we're gonna get
Okay,
off. I
so
want
she was
to
a
say
patriot. Okay, yep. Go
the
on, carry
Patriot
on.
and
Yeah.
let me see this one. Okay, okay. I'm gonna go to her legacy. I'm gonna go to her legacy. Okay, okay. Go to part unpopular. Go to parts of the legacy, and then I just want to read the Thanksgiving part. Okay, go to Haley may be the individual.
All right, I'm there.
Okay, Haley may be the individual most responsible for the making of Thanksgiving a national holiday in the United States. It has previously been celebrated mostly in New England. Each state schedules its own holiday, some as early as October and others as late as January. It was largely unknown in the American South. Her advocacy for the national holiday began in 1846 and lasted 17 years before it was successful. In support of the proposed national holiday, Haley wrote to Presidents Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, and Lincoln. Her initial letters failed to persuade, but the letter she wrote to Lincoln convinced him to support legislation establishing the national holiday of Thanksgiving in 1863. The new national holiday was considered a unifying day after the stress of the Civil War. Before Thanksgiving's edition, the only national holidays celebrated in the United States were Washington's birthday and Independence Day. Hale's effort Hale's efforts earned her the nickname the Mother of Thanksgiving. Hale also, and that's a Hale back in Newport, New Hampshire. Hale also worked to preserve George Washington's Mount Vernon plantation as a symbol of patriotism that both the northern and southern states could all support. And
What?
hmm?
Wait a minute.
A plantation?
I've been there. I've been there. We went there for school. Our school trip because it's not too far from it. It's past Alexandria. Like it's Mount Vernon is in Fairfax County. I think it's like when you pass Alexandria. It's not too far from me. I've been there before. I've been to the plantation before. To the Mount Vernon plantation.
Mm.
It's still in Virginia. It's still there.
Maybe she just wanted to like preserve the estate or something in the land. Maybe
Okay.
not. Yeah.
It's still preserved to this day. You can still go there.
It was a symbol of a support of patriotism. So it's meant
Yeah.
to. That's what America's meant to be known for. The plantation that he owned. Wow.
No, I
Okay.
mean, hey, we just learned that in history. So anyway, that's a little
Yeah,
bit
I
about
know.
Sarah.
I'm beginning to like her less and less, Pelu. You better fucking find something redeeming.
Oh, no, no. Well, anyway, I just want to give a brief history. I mean, we've gone past our time, so I'm good for this today. It was a great discussion. Again, this is a feature production of me and Jen. Thanks to Popular for helping us. Thanks Wolf for being a special contributor too. Thanks Jupiter. Thanks for supporting our endeavors to have educational programming on YouTube and ethical humanitarian discourse. And that's me, Jen. Take it away.
Yeah, man. Thank you for everyone that came through. Who else was on here? Unpopular. Thank you so much for helping us out with everything.
St.
And
James came out. He came on the panel.
yeah, James Jones. Big up, James was on here.
Everybody in the chat.
Jupiter. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, I've missed a lot of the chat, you guys. I was back and forth between my phone, started burning up, so I had to switch to my tablet for a little while. So I didn't get to um
People were happy
kind
with
of
you
read the
saying that you
comments.
had non-toxic intercourse with Jen.
Oh God.
You're glad that it wasn't toxic.
Oh geez.
Okay, guys. Thank you for having me on. I'm gonna go and
Oh,
let
no
Jen get off
problem.
to
Thanks.
peace. Thank you,
Have a
Pelu.
great night.
Bye.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
Have
you
a
going.
good
again,
one.
Unpopular, for the help. Thank you. We needed your popular. Thank you so much, Unpopular.
All right, you guys are welcome. I hope you guys like my input.
It was
Definitely,
great. It was great.
definitely.
When you say
Every
calligraphy,
time, man.
I'm gonna give another word. I think you should say like a eloquence, like eloquence. 'Cause calligraphy just the writing, the actual handwriting. I think you're talking about eloquence.
I mean,
Yeah, and see, I think we should get a little more into the Sarah. I'm sorry, just real quick. I think we should get more into the Sarah chick, right? I'm gonna send you this article that I just found about her, and as I'm just skimming it over, The novel encourages preservation of the Union through national intelligence, America only product use, and white and black segregation. As the forces championing abolition grew during the next 25 years, Hale felt compelled to revise and reissue Northwood 1852, specifically in response to the national uproar over Harriet Beecher Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin, an inflammatory novel depicting the horrors of slavery, attempting to soften the negative images portrayed by Stowe's work. Hale added to her earlier novel an introduction and 2 chapters that grapple with the practical applications of owning, educating, and colonizing slaves. This study illustrated that Northwood 1827-1852 conveyed Hale's anti-abolitionist sentiment shrouded in racist rhetoric. Hale advocated for segregation of African Americans through a return to Africa instead of their integration into white culture. So yeah, man, this lady's shady, man, and I don't know about her intentions. So I'm gonna try to look a
Hey,
little bit more. I
hey,
just found
Jupiter
this
has a
whole
point.
yeah, this
Jupiter might have had a point. Jupiter, see, look,
yeah,
I was
somebody
happy because, yeah.
yeah, somebody wrote a thesis, like a graduate thesis from Missouri State. So I want to get back into it. But yeah, maybe we'll have a second part to this,
A
and
follow up? Yeah, we
hopefully,
could. We got a follow up. Yeah.
yeah, hopefully maybe we can get it done before Wednesday, or I don't know. We'll
Okay.
see how it goes. We'll
Okay.
see
So
how it
Tuesday.
goes.
Okay. No. Okay. Okay. Well, we talk about it in Discord. We talk about it in Discord.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, big up, man. Thank you to everyone, and yeah, it was good, man. So I
Okay.
think yeah, we need to start teaching the kids the truth about all this, and then let people decide on how they want to honor the holiday or what they want to be thankful for, but I think that this whole narrative needs to change about this pilgrim and
And so
Indian.
thanks again, Adam. I never. I don't think I ever shout out these people. I never shout out Adam. Purple Pill Effect. Also, Jack. Oh no, I don't want to shout. Oh no, not him. Okay, but everybody else.
Oh,
Adam and Purple Pill Effect and
I don't know if that's the
is
same Jet though, so yeah,
that
big
the
up
same
Jet,
Jet?
but
It's two
I don't
different
know
Jets.
if it is. There's a bunch of
Okay,
them.
okay,
There's a bunch of
okay.
Jets running around here.
If you're the good Jet, what's up with the good Jet? Is a good Jet and the evil Jet. So the evil Jet, then no. But if you're the good Jet, yeah. What's up, Jet?
Jeez. All right. Yeah, and on that note, man, I'm gonna cut it, man. Big up, everyone. Thanks.